And agenda item 1 is apologies. Can I ask members if you're aware of any apologies? No. Okay. Agenda item 2 is Chairperson's business. 2.1 is the Assembly research briefings on adolescent career aspirations, challenges and opportunities, and the role of sleep in adolescent health and well-being. Can I refer members to a record of an informal briefing we received excuse me, on Tuesday the 28th of September with Sinead McMurray from Assembly Research and Information Service at page 6 of your meeting packs. Are members content to note and add this to the Education Committee Youth Engagement Report, Life and Learning in Lockdown? Agreed? Agreed. Yeah. It was a really helpful and informative briefing from Sinead, particularly in terms of how well careers, education, information and advice and guidance is working at this moment in time, and what work still needs to be done to make that as fit for purpose as possible, and illuminating briefing in relation to the importance of sleep for children and young people. We're obviously well aware of that, but it was thought-provoking in terms of just how frequently the importance of sleep is linked in to educational achievement and the health and well-being. Might be interesting to ask the First Start panel today whether that's something that they considered as an inadequate amount of sleep. Research seems to suggest has quite a significant impact on youth educational achievement and well-being. Okay, thanks for that, members. Agenda item 2.2 then is the Chairperson's Liaison Group meeting. Can I refer members to a memo entitled Prioritisation of Legislation from Dr. Kevin Peelan, Clerk Assistant. Dr. Peelan points out the need for committees to prioritise legislation among the varied pressures of committee work. It's worth noting in respect of our additional meetings that the CPR PMB has been introduced, and should it pass the second stage, it will come to the Education Committee. I would propose that we plan to continue our additional second Thursday meetings as a minimum for now, in order to make sure we give prioritisation and due consideration to the legislation that's coming to the committee. Members agreed? Agreed? Okay, thank you. Clerk, could I also check in terms of Chairperson's business? Obviously, a number of weeks ago, we had proposed a joint Education and Health Committee meeting with the Education Minister and the Health Minister and the CMO. Did we, obviously we had a helpful briefing from the Education Minister and the CMO. Did we ever get, just for finality, did we receive a response from the Health Minister in relation to that, or are we to conclude that that is a decline on that invitation?
We didn't hear from the Health Minister again after we had the meeting with the CMO chair. So I suppose because the range of issues were discussed in that forum, that maybe he didn't feel there was a need to come back to us again. But I can certainly follow up.
Maybe if we could just check that request is considered discharged, that would just be helpful to round that off.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, then, agenda item 3 is draft minutes. Can I refer members to draft minutes of the committee meeting of the 29th of September at page 8 of your packs, and seek members' agreement that the minutes are a complete and accurate record of proceedings? Agreed? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Agreed, yeah.
Thanks, folks. Okay, there are no matters arising, which takes us to agenda item 5. A Fair Start report, oral briefing by the Department of Education and members of the expert panel on educational underachievement. Can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove members from the spotlight and to add our witnesses? Can I refer members to the Fair Start report and action plan at page 17 of their packs, and welcome our guests today, which include Dr. Noel Purdy, the Director of the Centre for Research and Educational Underachievement at Stranmillis University College, Miss Joyce Logue, Principal, Long Tower Primary School, Miss Mary Montgomery, Principal, Belfast Boys Model School, Kathleen O'Hare, Retired Principal, Hazelwood Integrated College and St Cecilia's College, Jackie Redpath, Chief Executive of the Greater Shankill Partnership, and Professor Demi, Honorary Professor, Durham University, Alison Chambers, Director of Promoting Collaboration and Tackling Disadvantage, and Dale Heaney, Head of Tackling Educational Disadvantage Team. Can I advise witnesses that the committee will be glad to give you 10 minutes to make an opening statement, followed by questions from the members, which can be answered across the panel of witnesses. You're very welcome this morning. We're very grateful for the time that you've given us, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the Fair Start Report and Action Plan, which was endorsed by the Executive on the 27th of May and published by the panel on the 1st of June. I just would note that Professor Faiza Demi is not with us this morning, Chair. I'm sure the committee will want to ask the panel about their experiences over the last year and how they find the process of evidence gathering, analysis and report writing. The Department warmly welcomes this report, and I'd like to thank the expert panel members for the time, effort and consideration which they've invested in compiling such a comprehensive and ambitious report and action plan. Work has already commenced within the Department to deliver on these actions. A programme board has been set up comprising of officials from a number of departments, including Education, Health, Communities and Economy, along with representatives from the Education Authority and CCMS. We've met 3 times so far, with further meetings scheduled for the rest of the year. Senior responsible owners have been established for each of the 8 key areas identified within the report. A stakeholder reference group representing a wide range of interested stakeholders has also been established to support the programme board, and this will serve to discuss and refine the actions that will be taken forward. These governance and programme management arrangements are essential because we recognise the Fair Start report is a long-term strategic approach to educational underachievement within Northern Ireland, and it will take time to plan and implement the very significant actions within it. Due to its cross-cutting nature, it's much wider than the Department of Education alone, and for the Department to deliver on this report, there will be a need for significant financial commitment from the Executive, not just for education, but for health and other sectors. For example, in taking forward the early years work. Having said that, Minister is keen to see progress this year and has set aside £4 million in this year's budget to begin work on the actions. 2 of the 47 actions have already been completed. The Minister wrote to all schools on the 14th of September around the Targeting Social Need planner, asking them to complete that in order that effective practice in terms of using this part of school budgets could be reported upon and shared more widely. And within Key Area 5, development of a communication strategy to promote education focused on those most at risk of underachievement, designed in consultation with the community and young people. We have launched a new advertising campaign entitled Try and Stop Me across all media platforms on the 20th of September. This was developed in consultation with young people and parents from socially, economically deprived backgrounds and is about instilling hope and aspiration in our young children. Other work this year includes review of Sure Start staffing structure, Key Area 1, independent review of targeted early years interventions such as Sure Start, Pathway Fund and Toy Box, enhancing the Getting Ready suite of programmes to provide a continuum of active engagement with parents, early years assessment and support services for young children with developmental delay or special educational needs, progressing a system evaluation framework and sixth form policy and looking at alternative measures of deprivation, provision of digital devices for children who need this type of support, youth work in communities beginning with youth work volunteers, building leadership capacity at all levels and putting in place essential staff to deliver the action plan. I hope this gives you a sense of the significant work that's already underway and the breadth of the work across all of the organisations, and we're happy to answer questions that the committee may have at this time. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. I'll start by bringing in Deputy Chairperson Pat Chen, MLA, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And could I begin by commending the panel on this report and on the work they have done? And I suppose the links between educational underachievement and economic disadvantage are well known. And it's a fact that we have the highest rates of educational underachievement in the whole of Western Europe, according to some data that I saw recently. And I suppose there have been many reports like this carried out and research and studies carried out. What's important here is implementation. And I suppose the first question I want to ask the panel is, to what extent are they going to be involved in implementation of this report and action plan? Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for that question and for your approval of the action plan that we worked on last year. And I think you're absolutely right that whenever the panel was appointed last July, there was, I think, fair criticism of the fact that here's another panel or another report being written on educational underachievement. And we as a panel were determined from the very outset that this wouldn't just be another report and another series of sweeping recommendations. And I do believe that this is different from previous reports. First of all, it has that authority of being set up by a minister, of being part of the New Decade New Approach Agreement. And as Alison has said, it has already received endorsement from all 5 political parties around the executive table. Secondly, I think because we were asked not just to write a series of recommendations, but to write a costed action plan. And that was very different from previous reports, but also much more challenging than previous reports that have been written, because writing costed actions and smart targets is much harder than writing broad recommendations. But that does make it easier to implement. And Pat, you're absolutely right. And the key now is implementation. And we as a panel are encouraged by what we've heard already this morning from Alison as a DE official here. But our direct role in terms of the future implementation may be limited because our terms of reference were met and our work finished on the 1st of June. But rest assured that we remain committed to this report. We've brought it this far and we are determined to see and to lobby and to speak to folk like yourselves in the Education Committee to ensure that the cross-party endorsement is translated into cross-party support when it comes to financing the implementation.
Could I just add to that as well? We have within thematic area 8 a recommendation from the panel that we report to the First and Deputy First Minister. So we are planning to do the first report to First Minister and Deputy First Minister in December, followed by another report in June. So there'll be twice yearly reporting put in place.
Okay. And I heard you mention earlier, Alison, that the Minister has already set aside £4 million. And what is that £4 million going to be used for?
Well, that's the range of work that I articulated just at the end of the opening address there. So review of Sure Start staffing, independent review of targeted early years, enhancing the Getting Ready suite of programmes, early years assessment and support, progressing a system evaluation framework, looking at alternative measures of deprivation, provision of digital devices, youth work in communities, building leadership capacity and putting in place the staff necessary to deliver on the action plan. And Dale, do you want to add to that?
If I could add, Chair, Dale Heaney speaking for the purposes of Hansard. We've already begun to think about some of the other wider aspects of the action plan. So the Reducing Educational Disadvantage programme, or the RED programme for short, we've begun to develop our thinking on that, and we've included Jackie, for example, on the stakeholder reference group to help us develop those options in terms of what that might look like in practice. So we're very keen to bring back that expertise, within the panel and make sure that we get the right voices around the table to make sure that we're developing it in the right way.
Okay, thanks for that. And Noel, you mentioned earlier that the panel produced a costed action plan. And Alison has already told us that £4 million currently has been set aside by the Minister. What will the overall cost of this be?
Well, over 5 years, I think it comes to around 180 million. And that was the point I was just going to go on to make, which is that we welcome the fact that £4 million has been set aside over the next few months to implement some elements of this. But there is a much more considerable investment required by the Northern Ireland Executive. It's not just an issue for the Department of Education. You know, that we were clear from the very start and heard repeatedly through the process that this is a cross-cutting, cross-departmental issue around educational underachievement and the underlying causes. So this is really an issue for not just the Department of Education, but the whole executive, all the parties around the table, to pledge a commitment to this. And as you have indicated, it will take much more than £4 million to deliver the recommendations and the costed actions that we've put forward.
And just finally, because I know we're very busy this morning, and in terms of cross-departmental working, now this has always been one of the big weaknesses of the executive, that ministers tend to operate in silos. Have you brought forward any recommendations that you think might help allow ministers to break out of those silos and to work with other departments in terms of a common strategy in the way ahead? Thanks.
If I can answer that question, Pat. Yes, I think the Reducing Educational Disadvantage programme offers that opportunity. Again, the panel challenged us to think differently about how we go about tackling those community-driven issues, if you like. So rather than considering giving money to schools in the first instance, might we think differently about the allocation of funding to communities to design place-based approaches that were bespoke to specific locations where those communities were faced with particular challenges. So I think our plan is to talk to our colleagues in the Department for Communities, as well as the Executive Office, as well as the Department of Justice, Department for the Economy, and so on. So I think there's huge potential there to use that as an exemplar of the sort of cross-collaboration that we expect to be developed. And that's just one example of the 47 actions where we think huge progress can be made.
Okay, thanks for that. I want to just, before I finish here, commend you all again on this piece of work. Very well piece of work, and thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Can I bring in Robin Newton, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and again, welcome the Department and the expert panel to certainly a piece of work that I think is a very exciting piece of work, and I think it's going to be a very good foundation to hopefully finally make some progress on tackling underachievement, and particularly among young Protestant boys. And I think that was where the whole initiative was coming from. Perhaps in following along a similar theme to the Deputy Chair, and I welcome the fact that £4 million has pretty well immediately been set aside by the Minister to make some progress. But maybe could I, in terms of the programme board that has been set up, can I ask, presumably the expert panel will remain in some way in contact with that board. Can I ask maybe this is too early, but let me know, if there are any long-term goals set by the programme board at this moment in time, and maybe if there are any short-term goals that might be regarded as encouragement that we might make early gains on and show that the process to the education facility as a whole and indeed to the whole community.
Thank you for those questions. Just in terms of keeping in touch with the expert panel, I think we'll do that as a matter of course. I mean, we are in touch quite regularly with all of the individuals around the table on one aspect or another. And as Dale has alluded to, Jackie's on the stakeholder reference group as well, and will be key in the development of the RED programme. In terms of short-term goals, we have, as a programme board, discussed those elements of the projects that we can take forward fairly quickly. And as I said, we have already written in terms of the targeting social need planner to schools to encourage them to complete that. We already have launched a campaign around aspiration for our young people and instilling hope. So activities like that will continue. We are also looking at the procurement of additional devices where those are needed, and that's something that we can put in place fairly quickly. In terms of learning leaders, we're looking at the procurement of accredited training for our principals. And that's something we'll bring forward fairly quickly. But I think you point to a good point, and it is something we're in the early stages of developing the sort of programme management structures around the expert panel report, and the communication strategy is going to be key. And I think we need to start branding the various projects that come forward under the banner of Fair Start, so that the system starts to appreciate the investment that we're making, and that it is under, it's around tackling education underachievement under the Fair Start auspices of the report. So that is something that we'll look at as well in due course whenever we have the full programme management office structures established. We have got senior responsible owners assigned for each of the key thematic areas, and they will have their own project structures underneath that, and we'll have an overarching programme board to manage all of that, but it will entail a sort of communication strategy to be developed with all of our educational stakeholders in due course, just to talk about the positive benefits of the programme as we go forward.
Maybe as a...
Sorry, can I just bring in my colleague here? Kathleen wants to say something.
Yeah, Robin and panel, Kathleen O'Hare. Robin, you voiced today one of the fears I had when we finished this report and its action plan. The first one was money, but the second one was what happened then, and did we have a monitoring role after that? Because it's a bit like, having your baby at 4 and letting them go to school and then not seeing them again, because all of us were greatly involved in this report and actually involved 500 others. We did have someone working with us here from the department, Dale Heaney, and I'm pleased to say that I felt once we finished the report, we may not be used again to either independently monitor the report or have an ongoing say. I have to say that to date has not been the case, even though there's no formal structure to do that. We will also be speaking to other committees as well. But I have to say, in fairness, if we are all serious about Fair Start and if we're all serious about tackling underachievement in Northern Ireland, then it is an issue for the Department of Education. It's an issue for this panel, but it's an issue for all parties. And for the party manifestos, because we know what's coming up next year. If we're all serious about that every child in Northern Ireland gets a Fair Start, then put that in your manifesto, start speaking about that, because all of us in our own right will be speaking about that as part of the groups that we are actually in.
I think that's good advice to the politicians, and I do welcome. I suspect that for each of the panel members, there's a little bit of themselves in this report, and it would be a great pity, I think, if the monitoring or contact role between the panel members and the department was lost in this. Can I just...
Thanks, Robin. Last 30 seconds or so for a final question or comment.
Well, really just that didn't sound like 7 minutes, mind you, but anyway, ensuring interdepartmental collaboration and delivery is absolutely key to this. And you've made the point about, and I like the way you've measured each of the paragraphs. How will we know if we've been successful? And really, we do need to get the executive as a whole to buy into this report, because unless that is the case, then the 180 million will not become available. But indeed, all those areas around mental health, community involvement, health issues generally, tackling the levels of deprivation. Really, just if we don't get that buy-in from the executive as a whole, I think in many ways the work will be devalued, and it is not a piece of work that should be in any way devalued. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Robin. Daniel McCrossan.
Hi everyone, thanks very much for that presentation. This is really good and interesting work, and very important. Yes, we've had a long interest in this, and I have to say what you've shared with us today is very positive and exciting, but I do have concerns at the outset that when you have asked for 11 million for this year, you were only awarded 4. Is there any particular reason as to why that was the case?
Well, I think it's simply a reflection of the timing of the report being published on the 1st of June. Obviously, we had to estimate how much could be delivered within this financial year. So I think it's a reasonable budget to work within, given that this was always intended to be a long-term strategy. You know, I felt that any advice that we could give to the Minister in terms of judgment of budgets had to be a measured one. And we had to be realistic about what could be done within only a relatively short space of time, only a few months. So we didn't actually know what the figure would actually be until the final days of May and the 1st of June. So those estimates had to be estimated quite early on.
And what about the 21 million that is needed for next year?
Well, certainly we're hopeful that we will secure the budgets that's needed. But what part of the challenge in doing anything in education is the difference between the financial and academic years. So, for example, if we're planning for something new and ambitious like the Reducing Educational Disadvantage programme, we have to allow schools sufficient time to plan for that. So there wouldn't be, for example, full spend from the 1st of April. The earliest, you might see a new programme like that would be September in any given year. So consequently, the impact on the budget will be significantly less. So we have to consider the realistic targets whereby new programmes in schools would be delivered. So the 21 million certainly is ambitious, but that's something we will need to discuss in more detail as part of the budget decisions and discussions to follow.
So if your estimate is that, and uses a huge amount to work on this, if your estimate is that a further 21 million is needed for the 22-23 year, and the First and Deputy First Minister only awards something around maybe half of that, what is the implications?
Well, the implications for the programme is that we wouldn't be able to deliver the full suite of actions. We'd need to look at reprofiling. And, the action plan has been costed, as Dale has outlined. If we don't secure all of the funding necessary, then we will look to reprofile and keep pressing for the funding to be brought forward to be able to take the actions as far as possible. I'll just bring Noel in there.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. And I think your question is absolutely spot on. We as a panel were very determined from the outset that this would not be cherry-picked as a report, and I think it would be deeply regrettable if the funding wasn't provided by the executive or indeed by the Department of Education for next year or the year after. I think Dale's right, though, in terms of the immediate short term. A lot of the recommendations we made, well, quite a number of the recommendations we made involved co-design and working with schools and community groups and a sort of bottom-up approach, a place-based approach to addressing educational underachievement. And that process of, I suppose, consultation and co-participation does take time. So there will be a lead-in, and we appreciate that. But in terms of the medium and longer-term funding, as I said, it would be deeply regrettable if the executive doesn't move on this, because there is there is evidence to support the recommendations that we've made here, we've made it as easy as possible for implementation in terms of breaking it up into 6 years with costs for every year. So really, if this is not implemented, I think it would be a great shame.
Yeah, I have to, obviously, I agree very much with that, and that's the reason I raised that question. There's been many great reports produced for various reasons over the years and not properly funded a resource. Therefore, what is intended does not tend to be the reality at the end of it. I noticed that the earliest part of the presentation, there was an indication that 180 million would be required. But in the timeline that I'm reading here, up until 2027 and beyond, it states a total of 73.1 million. So where is the other 107 million or 106.9 million coming from?
It depends which years you're counting. The 180 million that Noel referred to was the estimate over the first 5 years, but of course the estimates span a further year and beyond. So it really depends which period of cost you're talking about. I would tend to prefer to talk about what is the annual cost once the actions are fully established, and that is 73 million per annum. And I think that's a more reliable figure use going forward.
By 1 minute, Daniel. By 1 minute. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just another point. Early intervention is a key component in tackling underachievement, and I welcome the focus on it. You're clear that there needs to be collaboration between the departments of education and health, which is important. At what level or levels should there be collaboration? What should that collaboration look like? And finally, how should the effectiveness of that collaboration be measured, and by whom will it be measured? Thank you.
I think Jackie Redpath here, Daniel. I think this is a critical question, which we've mentioned earlier. This will stand or fall by its monitoring and by it being agreed at the highest level. Now, we made a specific recommendation right at the end of the report that the delivery of this action plan should be subject to oversight by an implementation committee chaired by the First and Deputy First Minister, meeting biannually, and that the action plan should be explicitly referenced in the next programme for government, and indeed that there should be a budget attached to it in that sense. And that's vital. There is no department doing this on their own. It requires collective action at every level, in every department, at the highest level, and on the ground, collective action between schools and all those involved in the different contexts in which children live their lives. And if we don't get all that collective action right, concentrated in the right places, because a lot of this disadvantage is concentrated in particular parts and towns, and committed to the long term, we're not going to get it. So this needs, if you want, this needs an implementation plan that is then monitored by the First and Deputy First Minister. That was the action that we recommended.
Right, Jackie, that's critical. Thank you. So that's very powerful. And thank you very much. And can I put firmly on record my sincerest appreciation to you all, because I've been following your work from the outset, and I have to say it is hugely positive. It's transformational, and I know that a huge amount of work and effort and energy has went into it, and I do appreciate the engagement you've had with us and others. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Robbie Butler, MLA, please. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Really good to be on here with you. It's a really exciting piece of work, and thank you for the effort that you've put into the report, and I hope that we can work collegiately with you guys to see it brought to fruition. I see, and I'm not suggesting this, and maybe you can speak to this, but I know that all of the report will need to be actioned to see the success that we all crave. However, I'm just going to ask you the question at the start. In terms of the chronological order that you've put things in terms of the report, is that an indication of the weighting of the importance that you see each of those issues? For instance, I see that early years and intervention at the start is very well written. There's a lot of stuff in there that I don't think any of us would agree with. Would you agree with that, or is that an unfair assumption to make at this stage?
Hello, Robbie. Joyce Logue speaking. Robbie, I think the panel were in no doubt, and from all the stakeholders we engaged with, that early years was crucial. It was very, very clear very soon that we need to put a greater emphasis on early years, And so, we talk about redirecting the focus. It's money put in at that early stage, early intervention, not only will have a great impact on physical and mental health and well-being, but also educational attainment and employment prospects. And again, that only saves money down the line. This is a no-brainer. And, I just want to say, this report had cross-party support and has cross-community support. We were overwhelmed by the amount of people that we engaged with that really believe that this needs implemented. And I just want to go back to what Kathleen said about, we're heading into an election next year. This has to be top of that agenda, because if we don't get it right at early years, it's going to be so costly further down the line. So, yes, have we put this as a focus? Yeah, early years has certainly come first.
Okay, and I was really pleased to read at the start of the report the links between pregnancy, birth, and that type of stuff, and what's littered throughout this is that need for interdepartmental working and so on. That being the case, that there obviously is a disparity in terms of access to early years support at the moment, also in terms of the amount of part-time and full-time places in nursery. So there are it hints there at the need to maybe address the imbalance that's there. Would the report go as far as to recommend that every child should have full-time nursery provision, or a minimum of 30 hours, for instance, as it is in the UK, as a component part of addressing this?
We certainly would go forward and recommend that every child would have nursery provision. As regards to the 30 hours, we believe every child should have for up to half, from 9 to half 1 daily provision, because that also includes a child having a meal in school, and particularly in our most privileged areas, that is crucial. I heard at the beginning about the fact of sleep deprivation. Just as important as food deprivation, and so children having a meal in a school is also crucial, particularly in our much more deprived areas.
I totally and utterly agree with that. I'd love to see all of our children eating at least one good meal a day together, regardless of where they come from. I think that would be socially a really good thing to do. In terms of the emotional health and well-being, then I see that you've referenced the work that has been done. Could I ask you, in that, did you guys engage with any of the groups or young people's advocacy groups to draw from their experience over these past number of years?
Well, as part of the process during the year, there was an engagement with children and young people. Children were engaged with by a sub-commissioned piece of work by the NCB, and Bernardo's did some work with 11 to 21-year-olds in disadvantaged communities as well. And there were a number of issues that came through that engagement with particularly the 11 to 21-year-olds, and emotional health and well-being was definitely one of the strongest themes to emerge from that engagement process. We had young people in there who certainly felt stressed by the pressure of school exams and assessment and so on, and that was irrespective of COVID. But there was also an appreciation of teachers and schools who went the extra mile, who built up positive relationships, who taught effectively, who showed an interest and respect for the children and young people. So there were a lot of positives from that engagement with the children and young people as well. And I think a lot of things that don't just relate to emotional health and well-being, but actually relate to curriculum and assessment and many of the other areas that we covered in our report. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to come in. Kathleen wants to come in as well.
2 minutes, Robbie.
Okay.
Robbie, I actually attended some of those groups, and the children involved were between 9 and 12, and at that stage they were very much focused on the fact that they had no place for homework, the digital divide they were focused on, and it was very obvious with the group. One of the groups I attended, their real difficulty with engaging in education, particularly during the pandemic. And Joyce and Mary and Jackie will see this every day in the fact that they are serving communities that really are in need and are underachieving because they have social deprivation indicators there.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And just my final question, because I think I've only a minute left. There's a really interesting piece about the narrowness of looking at GCSE and A-level attainment, which is really good to see. Could someone maybe flesh that out a wee bit further to maybe talk about what ongoing assessment might look like and what portability, if there are any ideas in blue sky thinking about how we actually measure success and still ensure that we're tackling the underlying issue of educational underachievement?
Robbie, I should declare an interest, a quick interest, and then maybe I'll hand over to Jackie, the fact that I'm a council member in CCA, and I would not downgrade GCSEs and A-levels, but I think the pandemic has given us the great opportunity to experiment and look at other forms of assessment. And I think the Northern Ireland Assembly should be encouraging and funding groups to, like CIE, to actually encourage them to look at other ways of assessing children. It is a disgrace that the first formal assessment that we have of our children is at the age of 16. How are we going to look at how they're falling behind? How are we going to put interventions in place if we don't put a public exam on until children are 16? And I don't mean an examination which punishes people for not knowing. I mean an examination that actually looks at where children are actually falling behind and put interventions in place to make sure that they don't fall behind. It was a disgrace to see that in some Fair Start or Sure Start areas that children were coming to Sure Start at 2-3 years of age with only 2 words. I think that was completely shocking for a panel to see.
Well, actually,
Robbie, sorry.
All right, okay, Chair, thank you.
If we're on time and there's time for supplementaries, I'll do my best, but I've already given you flexibility there. Okay, can I bring in Diane Dodds, MLA, please?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the panel for what is really a very strong report. I want to focus on a couple of things. We've had a really good run through the funding and the need to secure that and interdepartmental working to bring the report together. But there's a couple of things that really interest me in the report as well. And one really is about how the report and how you see children with special educational needs and their particular disadvantage fitting into this overall picture, and are there more things that we can be doing to support those children? I'm just going to throw this all out at once, so anybody can come back to me. Maybe a question particularly for Jackie. Do you see the areas of educational disadvantage, the RED programme that you're sort of set up a bit like the Children and Young People's Zone and the Shankle and the Integrated Services Model? How would if you were doing that and giving advice to the department, how would you choose those? What would the metrics be that you would choose those zones on? And sometimes when we get areas that we identify as areas of deep disadvantage and deprivation, we also then leave out other pockets within more affluent areas where there is equal amounts of deprivation and so on. So I'm really interested in that. And then I would really like to come back on the curriculum issues at a later stage. But it is a great report, and the foundational work at early years is really, really important.
Thank you. If I can just start in relation to special educational needs, and then I'll pass to Jackie to talk about the RED programme. In relation to special educational needs, we engage with quite a number of parents in the process and also through the survey. And certainly special educational needs emerged as a major issue of concern. And in particular in relation to the timeliness of identification and assessment and intervention on the part of schools, but especially by the Education Authority and the Psychology Service and so on, which we appreciate are very overstretched. We did mention it in terms of our actions. We've spoken already about the importance of early years, and in key area 1, redirecting the focus to early years, we have actually costed the expansion of the early years SEN inclusion service, because we appreciate that young children are often not having their needs identified early enough. So even from 0 to 3 and in the preschool year as well, an expansion of the identification and assessment service being provided by the Education Authority. So that's certainly there. We also refer to it on pages 43 and 44, where we refer to a number of recent reports that you'll be familiar with as a committee. The Audit Office report, the review of special educational needs, also the NICIE, the Children's Commissioner Too Little Too Late reports that came out just about a year ago, all of which were really very critical of the SEN system in Northern Ireland and asking for major overhauls and so on. As a committee, I suppose we, as a panel, we have asked for, we spoke to the Education Authority about this. We're aware that a number of changes are afoot and that there are major reviews, and you'll have heard about that from senior officials in the Education Authority as well. So I suppose our actions focused on the early years in relation to SEN, but we were calling very strongly for more timely interventions and for this review of the Education Authority Special Education Needs Service to be accelerated so that children's needs could be met as quickly as possible. I'll pass to Jackie at this stage for the second half of your question.
Thanks for that, Diane. And yeah, it's a critical issue, this. There are parts of Northern Ireland where there are the greatest concentration of educational underachievement, and they can be thrown up by interrogating the education domain in the domains of disadvantage, and the worst and most difficult 10% in those domains will show where the places are and the concentrations are. And the theory here is that in needing a place-based approach, it will cohere the greatest concentration of effort in those localities with the greatest concentration of educational underachievement. And that's going to be a great challenge to identify those areas. But alongside it is your point also that there is also educational disadvantage that is spatially spread throughout Northern Ireland. For example, in rural areas where it will be much more that also need to be. So there needs to be a concentrated effort. I had a mantra from a figure that we were given by the Department of Education at our first or second meeting of a panel, and it is that children between the age of 4 and 18 spend only 13% of their waking hours in a school environment. Only 13%. So 87% of a child's waking hours is spent in other environments outside school. Now, obviously, schools are absolutely critical and crucial to moving forward here, but we also need to take account of all the contexts in which children live their lives if we are to bring about transformational change, not in some aspect, but in all aspects. And it takes a coherent effort across all those contexts in particular places that children live their lives, because children don't live their lives in a box that's called the Department of Education or the Department of Health or whatever. They live their lives in families and youth clubs, on the streets, and we need to get all that right and bring it together. And I mean, in the Shankill, we have declared a children and young people zone, and part of that theory is to bring all those efforts in those different contexts together. The RED programme is subject to design at the moment, so I can't comment on exactly how it would take place and how it will roll out, but we're looking forward to how that would happen.
Thank you. My sort of other issue around the issue is the issue.
That's time. You can just be as concise as possible. Thank you. So
it's around maximising boys' potential. If I read the report right, you say that in 2019, Protestant boys, or in the last 3 years, Protestant boys consistently underperformed, but that the real issue of disadvantage is between those on free school meals, those on not on free school meals, where the attainment gap is ever greater. So therefore, disadvantage socially, economically plays into that. Does anyone want to comment on that? Because I think that's massively important.
Thanks, Dan. If you could keep your response concise, guys, I've a few more MLAs to get through. Thanks.
Not a problem. It's Mary Montgomery here. Diane, just to take your question, the figures are stark. They really are. Yeah. And when you factor in things like free school meals and special educational needs, then the performance of Protestant boys in Northern Ireland is nothing short of shocking. Mm-hmm. And we have really thought hard and long about the strategies that we feel would work with maximum impact, and we've contained them in the report. So we do feel that what's suggested here would go a long way to redressing that.
Thank you. I think that's really important.
As short as I can make it, Chris.
Well, maybe really good question, Diane. As has been the case from everybody, we could be here all day, and maybe members might want to consider some additional engagement with the panel outside of the time confines of our formal meeting. But to supplement that this isn't a brief question. Is there 3 key reasons why that shocking reality exists?
Well, it's Mary Montgomery again. I think, first of all, boys are unique, and that's boys, no matter what their social demographic. Boys are primarily relational learners, and they thrive in an environment where they are nurtured, they're valued, they're respected. If you add in then the other factors that contribute to disadvantage, like special needs or free school meals entitlement, those things set boys at a significant disadvantage because they then don't have the natural infrastructure, either socially or in their communities, in their families, within their peers, to engage effectively with education. So I suppose if I was thinking about what the 2 causes there, first of all, it's the male brain and the way in which the male brain learns. And then the second thing that we face, the challenge that we face with Protestant boys, is that they, to a large extent, come from a community where there's social disadvantage and where there are issues. Those communities feel, to some extent, under siege. Culturally, those boys feel that they are kind of on the back foot in society. There's a sort of high profile at the moment around a feeling of not having their voices heard, not being listened to. There's a microcosm of that in school. They need to feel listened to, they need to feel heard, they need to feel that they have a voice, but they also need respect. They need to be treated respectfully. And they need an education system that engages with them respectfully.
Okay.
So, I wonder, Chair, could I just add something very quickly, if you could allow me, because
go ahead, Jackie.
This is an important and delicate issue. Underachievement exists related to poverty, and you will find it in areas that are greatest deprivation, whatever the profile or religion of the children are. But there are different experiences of life, and we on top of what Mary has said, which is absolutely spot on, we have looked at the causes of this on the Shankill. I was the last generation on the Shankill, my age group, who didn't need a single qualification to their name to make their way in life, because we were spoken for in the old heavy industries, and we didn't need education or a qualification to make our way. That has utterly changed in the last 2 to 3 generations, and therefore you don't have a tradition very often in hardcore Protestant working class areas of valuing education, and I'm saying this as somebody from there and as a community member, of valuing education as we should, because historically we didn't need to. So there's a lot to be made up there, and I say that with as much delicacy as I can, being aware of all the things that are around us.
Yeah, I'm from a similar enough background, Jackie, and I think I got referred to the other day, I think disparagingly, although I'm not entirely clear, as a quote-unquote educated person, which gives you some insight into the work that needs to be done to make that a valued rather than a disparaged existence, I suppose. It'd be really interesting and obviously constructive to get into what we do to assist transformation in that regard and assist inclusion in that regard. but I don't have time. Sorry. So look, thanks for that. Sorry, briefly.
Can I just add a here to that, because I went from being a principal in the Bogside in Derry, off the Bogside in Derry, to being a principal in North Belfast, and I immediately found that cultural shift, and there needs to be a huge remedy in catch up in culture, particularly as a one that, the jobs, people may not have got a job and been spoken for, as Jackie found, but that culture still existed. And that was similar in Derry after the shirt factories closed, because girls at that stage thought they only needed first level education to go into shirt factories. The shirt factories closed, but the culture of the organisation didn't catch up. And that's exactly what's in North Belfast too. And that remedy needs to be there to sort the children that Jackie and Mary serve. And
obviously there's a huge amount of amazing work going on in that regard. Example, Eastside Learning Partnership. So we've got work to do, but we're setting our course well there. Can I bring in Nicola Brogan, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thanks everyone for your presentation here this morning. It really is a fantastic report, and I think the whole committee and all the members here are really committed to addressing educational underachievement. So thanks for bringing it in front of us here this morning. I want to focus on an area that's already been touched upon quite heavily, but that is on early years. I'm really glad to see that there has been so much focus put on it throughout this report. I think it goes without saying that obviously additional support and resources within this sector will obviously help children in their development and that, but I also think it'll have a really big impact and positive effect on the workforce, for staff feeling valued and respected. Sometimes I feel like they feel like they could feel overlooked, so I think it's a really good thing that there's so much focus being put onto it. So within the report, you had outlined 13 actions. First of all, I want to ask kind of what you deem most important, and then if you can maybe outline a time frame for the implementation of these actions, please.
Hello, Nicola. Joyce Logue here. I'll very quickly answer your question on what we deem most important. We deem every one of them to be important. These are carefully, looked at and cut down to 13. We couldn't cut it down anymore. So, an answer to that, every one of them carries equal weighting. I'll go back to your question about the workforce. Without a professionally developed workforce, we can't improve stakes for our children. So, under our 13 actions, one of our actions, we develop an adequately resourced and supported training qualifications and CPD strategy for the early years workforce. And we've added in there that we are giving consideration to a graduate-led provision, because at every other stage of education, we have graduates leading education and working with our children, but not in the early years. And we feel that across all boards, that is crucial that we look at that. I think, if you're going through the other 13, of course, a professional qualified workforce is essential to implementing all of these. And we can't do that alone. It calls on a lot of work from health and communities as well on top of this.
Thanks for that. And listen, I completely agree with that. It's, again, just back to that there point of, I think that would instill lots of confidence within the workforce, and I think that's a really positive thing. I don't want to focus too much on the actual actions, but I just want to highlight too that it's kind of going back to the points that Noel had raised earlier, and points 11 and 12. To 11 is develop, enhance, invest in early years assessment for younger children with developmental delay, and then 12, enhance support at preschool to support children with special educational needs. Last week, the committee heard from Pam Cameron, who is bringing the Autism Amendment Bill to the Assembly. And one of the big issues with autism in particular is as already been mentioned this morning, the delay in assessment and then diagnosis. And I think that's pertinent here to the early years services as well. So I know Noel, you'd mentioned about drawing on the Resources Education Authority and making sure that they knew what their role was. Can I ask if you have had any discussions with the Department of Health or have made any recommendations to them specifically on how to address maybe the delays in assessment and then the early intervention and the support for the young child and for families and carers?
Thanks, Nicola. Well, this is a huge area, as you know, and as I said, there have been a number of reports which have flagged this up in recent years. So I think everybody accepts that the current system is really creaking under pressure. And unfortunately, too many children have their needs unidentified until far too late into their educational journey. And I suppose that's why we've prioritised these two recommendations, 11 and 12, as you suggest here, so that children as young as possible, in the 0 to 3 stage in the preschool year, can have their needs assessed and identified and met before, rather than waiting until they're 7 or 8 or 9 and they get into primary schools, and then there's a quota on the number of psychology assessments imposed in the school, and schools are having to make these very challenging decisions as to who would go forward for an assessment this year and who's going to have to wait for next year. We as a panel and everyone else, I think, finds that unacceptable. And so, we welcome this early intervention, early assessment, and, supporting children and their families as early as possible.
And Noel, can I just ask, have you made any specific recommendations to the Department of Health, though? I know we talked about cross-departmental working throughout the report, which obviously is so important and we need everyone on board, but have you had actual discussions or made recommendations to that department?
Well, we did speak to the Department of Health and the officials when we were drafting these actions, so they were on board in those discussions. And if you look at the action plan, we've added the Department of Health to that particular Action 11, which is the 0 to 3 stage, where the Department of Education, the Education Authority and the Department of Health would take responsibility for the implementation. In terms of implementation, I'll pass to Alison.
Yeah, just as part of the programme management structures, then the Department of Health are represented and they will be represented then on the individual projects. And just in terms of the question around timing, the table just sort of highlights sort of the 11, 12 and 13 are sort of medium term to longer term objectives. So they'll take a bit of planning and design before those are brought forward. So not in the immediate first or second year.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Just on the final point there about the Department of Health, just that I think one of the major issues within autism assessment, and that was the kind of disparity between different trusts. So that was really why I was getting at that there point. But listen, thanks so much for all the information. A really, really good report. It's excellent. And again, we really appreciate your time here this morning and explaining all that to us. So thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Nicola. Two quick supplementaries. Jackie, I think it was who cited the recommendation that DFM chair an implementation group. Can a Department of Education representative update us as to whether or not that is going to be the case?
Yes, we have written to the Permanent Secretary in TO and we have a meeting imminently with him to discuss the arrangements around that and have made a commitment around reporting in December and June. So once we have those discussions with the Permanent Secretary, we could update you on that.
Okay, and are you proposing to TEO that this recommendation is implemented?
Yes, that's what the discussion's been set up for.
Okay. In terms of reporting, would an annual Assembly report as to progress on implementation of the recommendations be actionable?
Well, we're intending to report twice a year, and we can make the June report available to anyone that wants to see it.
Okay, and when you say report, in what format will that take?
Well, we need to work that out with the Executive Office in terms of what format that the First and Deputy First Minister would like, but it will probably be along the lines of the Programme Board reporting, where we have each individual project articulated with costs and progress, and as each business case is established, then we'll eventually be looking at some kind of OBA reporting mechanism for each of the projects.
Okay, I'll maybe propose to my committee colleagues that the committee recommend that those twice-year reports are put to the Assembly in some sort of ministerial statement or take note debate formats. I think that would be constructive. Okay, thanks for that. Can I bring in Justin McNulty, MLA, please? Justin, you're on mute. Apologies. Thanks. Take two.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, folks, and well done on this unbelievably important piece of work, an exciting piece of work, a game-changing piece of work for so many kids if implemented as proposed. In relation to the early years workforce, you call for adequate training, relevant qualifications and an appropriate pay structure. You also tell us that there's a complexity in early years provision. You tell us what do you mean by that complexity in early years provision?
There's disparity in the early years provision. It is not the same across the board. In nurseries attached to schools, you'll have a teacher-led nursery. Outside of that, which is a graduate-led nursery, outside of that, you won't have that. Training is also hit and miss across the board, and we feel that it's very important that there's a uniform educated workforce across all nurseries and playgroups or nursery schools, and that that professional development is the same across the board, so that that'll impact on our children. Our children get the very best. You know, as Kathleen said, we have 2-year-olds coming into Sure Start with 2 words. And, you know, as a practitioner myself, there is such a need at that early years. We have to get it right, and we're not getting it right at the minute. And, you know, professional development, you know, value in our workforce, all of that will go a long way to improving our early years and working with health. Sorry.
Do we have the capacity to provide development training and qualifications?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do we have the capacity to provide the relevant training and qualifications that you've spoken about to create uniformity?
Well, we have, but that requires working with training colleges, and that requires commitment, and that requires money.
Okay.
Yeah, and Justin, I mean, that is an important question, and you know, for many years there have been disparities between the statutory and non-statutory provision in early years. It's well known, and that extends to professional development. It extends to rates of pay and qualification, and it's unfair. Now, addressing that is a hugely complex task, and it's not something that can be achieved overnight. And we were aware of the complexities of trying to do that. But addressing it and looking at it and strategizing around it is the first step in moving forward. This is not something that can be solved overnight. But as Joyce has said, you know, we owe it to our children that whatever the setting that they're in between the ages of 0 to 4, that they receive parity of provision by equally educated workers. I mean, that's, and also in terms of the esteem of the workforce, that those in non-statutory and playgroups and so on receive the kind of training and support and remuneration that they deserve for the important work that they're doing.
Absolutely important. And just from a personal perspective, my son has started early years and Sure Start in Newry here, and it's a lifeline for my wife, and it's a lifeline. You know, it's a wonderful experience for my son, 2-3 days a week. It's absolutely wonderful experience. So I commend those people working in early years, and they should be supported as remunerated appropriately. In terms of just probing this further, Joyce, and the Heckman curve, the starting at age 3 or 4 is too little too late, as it fails to recognise that skills beget skills. Just give me more information on that, and let me understand that further.
Well, putting very simply, the more we invest earlier, the better the outcomes. I mean, it's as simple as that. If we put in the money early, we save the economy later on. But not only that, but we're making children feel valued. We are given hope. You know, so if you put that in early, we close the gap very early, and this is a no-brainer.
What does it mean, skills beget skills, Joyce?
Well, if we teach our children skills from a very young age, and I mean that could be as simple as communication skills, they will go on, and that'll be built upon as they grow up through the years. That gap. I mean, that gap will not increase as youngsters go on. It'll be the gap of underachievement will narrow. Children, if they get the input early, that'll pay dividends then on down the road. The skills there won't be a skills gap, ideally.
Okay.
Justin, I think Kathleen wants to come in as well.
Justin, I'm happy your child got in NICIE, but it's one of those stages, that if you're sitting in maybe a country area like Ballyholland or wherever else, it's by chance you get into Sure Start, and 100% of our children should have access to early years. And I have to say to you that if your child is behind when they are 2, they are particularly behind when they're 10, and then they're really behind by the time that they would come to either Mary or I at post-primary school, where that early intervention could fix that a lot earlier, and it would be actually saving money to actually do that.
Yeah, it makes sense. And listen, I'm fired up by the passion and knowledge that you folks all have, pushing on to different points, championing emotional health and well-being. And you talk about the whole community approach to education, and Jackie, you've spoken at length on this. Why is there no mention of sport in this report? Why is there no mention of physical education and the really important role that can play in developing children's education ability and capacity to learn, and in terms of their emotional health and well-being?
Actually, Justin, it's Mary Montgomery. We do talk about enrichments, and I suppose it goes back to your other point about skills beget skills. What our children who are coming from social disadvantage come to us with is a skills deficit. And when we expose them to sport, for example, that the sport of the art or the skill developed in playing tennis begets far more skills than just the ability to hit a ball and a bat. There's teamwork, there's communication, there's self-confidence, there's self-esteem, there's a multitude of skills. So we absolutely recognise that, and many of you will know the skills agenda there is in the economy, and how much more important skills are to young people than qualifications almost in the current climate. So we absolutely do recognise skills, but we also recognise a social capital deficit. And so there is reference in the report to the need for enrichment and extracurricular. And what we find in the community that we serve, children don't naturally have that exposure to sport or to extracurricular activities, to debating, leadership opportunities, mentoring, volunteering, even part-time work. So that is a shortfall that we have got to address for the children coming to us from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. So I suppose your two questions there are really connected.
Okay, further to what Nicola was talking about, special education.
Almost out of time there, Justin, if you could make that the last question or comment, thanks.
Nicola was talking about special educational needs and autism and dyslexia. How are they actually identified as part of this report, and how are the issues around, the challenges around both autism and dyslexia, where some children go through their whole school experience with not having their dyslexia identified, and the trauma that brings to them, and their education is literally in the bin. How is that being addressed as part of this report?
Thanks, Justin. Well, as we said earlier, the early intervention and the assessment in the 0 to 3 and the 3 to 4 stage are crucial to meeting the needs of children with special educational needs, irrespective of what they are. And I appreciate that there are particular concerns around children with autism and children with reading difficulties and dyslexia and so on. But there are many other issues and forms of special educational needs as well. So I wouldn't want to focus exclusively on autism or dyslexia, and you appreciate the reasons for that. But we've also heard and spoke to officials at the Education Authority. We're aware that there are changes in Train there. We have called for those changes to be accelerated, for real change to happen for children throughout the education system. But as we've said repeatedly, early intervention and early identification and fulfilling the recommendations of the Audit Office report and the NICIE report, Too Little, Too Late. Those are well known. The Education Authority and Department of Education officials, we understand, are already working on those. We're fully supportive of those reports and their calls for services to be improved. We have called in our report for that to happen as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your evidence. Brilliant report, and hopefully, we'll take responsibility now for ensuring it doesn't sit on a shelf.
Thanks, Justin. Can I bring in Harry Harvey, MLA, please?
Okay, and thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, panel, one and all. Panel, I'm sure the past year and all the facts and complications that COVID has brought, indeed, to us all, I'm just wondering, have the restrictions in any way hampered your findings, or have you been able to adapt? And are you confident you were able to get the information you required? I mean, I know with active engagement with parents, it's most critical. Thank you.
Hello, Harry. It's Mary Montgomery. We set off with great intentions of conducting our research in person, and we had various satellite sessions planned, but we quickly shifted to a hybrid model where we met some people in person, and then we continued most of our work in this very convenient format, and that allowed us to contact parents and students and just as easily. And in fact, I think probably the online version of our sessions was maybe more comfortable for parents. I think parents were quite happy to converse with us. But in terms of our findings, did COVID in any way hamper or change those? COVID shone a light brightly on our findings, because what we discovered and what we already knew about the impact of social disadvantage on the communities who experience it, that was multiplied with the impact of COVID. And in every case, those at disadvantage were further disadvantaged by the experience of COVID. You know, we caught the tail end of your comments about sleep. Young people in disadvantaged areas had absolutely no routine. Their sleep patterns were upside down, their eating patterns, the home learning environment was not conducive to productive online learning during the school day. So there were lots of issues, obviously nutritional issues and a lack of access to free school meals. All of those issues were writ large during our work.
Yeah, excellent answers. Thank you. Another concern, sometimes those in the most need are missed and the hardest to reach. We don't want anyone to slip through the net. What attention are you paying to that, if you could maybe tell me? Thank you.
I think, Harry, that's one of the reasons we recommended a place-based approach. Yeah. In that you need to go to where the problem is, to where the need is, in a concentrated way. And then a challenge beyond that will be where it is spatially spread, particularly in rural areas as well, where it's not so much a place-based approach. So both of these need picked up on. But I think you can identify from the data in the education domain of underachievement where those places are that the greatest concentration is. And I mean, the RED programme is going to look at how they can be identified and how we can organise in those places all those that have anything to do with children's lives in a collective, concentrated, long-term effort. And that will be a massive challenge, because very often the infrastructure, not least the community, youth infrastructure, etc., in those areas is at its weakest. So this is not an easy road. It's a long haul, and we're very, very aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Jackie, if I just add to that. Harry, the place of health is so important here, because the teacher doesn't see the child until it's in its early year setting. The midwife does. The community midwife does. So that's why this is cross phase. You know, I think Jackie reinforced the fact that this report actually begins when the baby is a bump. the fact that it should begin then with, letting the mother know about developmental stages. In fact, it should begin in school with young people knowing the development of a child. So health plays a key important before the child gets to school.
So in effect, that's what this panel is really good for, so that's why it's to be well supported. Could you maybe tell me, have the expert panel been reassured by the department that a fair start remains a commitment for the Minister and its implementation? Just to finish, thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Well, back to where we started, really, and that is our key priority, and that is our big question as well that we're asking. We have met with the Minister, and we are assured of the Minister's support for a fair start. So we're very encouraged by that, and clearly it's a new Minister from Peter Weir's time, whenever the report itself was commissioned and launched. But we're encouraged by the ministerial support. But as we've said at the start and throughout, it's not just about the Department of Education, and it's not even just about the MLAs around the screen today or about the Department of Education. This is an executive responsibility, and we would urge all the political parties to get behind Fair Start, for this to be in manifestos, for it to be in programme for government, for the actions that are being implemented at the minute to be branded as a Fair Start as well, so that people are aware that this report is actually making a difference on the ground. But we would be cautiously optimistic that the Minister has support, but it requires executive support on top of that to turn our report into a reality.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Harry. Okay, just a couple of questions from myself then. The Fair Start expert panel report found, and I quote, evidence that academic selection skews key stage 2 teaching, including the prioritising of literacy and numeracy at the expense of other areas of learning, significantly lower post-primary transfer outcomes for free school meal pupils than for non-free school meal pupils, significantly lower percentages of free school meal pupils attending grammar schools, and cited the OECD review of evaluation and assessment in 2012, which criticised our system of transfer testing as socially divisive and warned of a social imbalance it engineers, as some parents and families are better able to support and prepare their children for these tests than others. The Fair Start report concluded, and I quote, that addressing the systemic inequality of academic selection should be a priority for the Department of Education. So given the veracity of these findings and the identification of a systemic inequality, why does the Fair Start expert panel report make no recommendations for action on use of academic criteria for post-primary transfer?
Thanks, Chair. I refer to page 20 and 21 where you've cited that. And if you go a sentence earlier from the section that you've read out, you'll read there as well that although there were some very clear voices in opposition to selection at 11, it dominated neither the online consultation nor the oral evidence sessions. And we met with yourself and with many other MLAs as well. And yes, it was an issue, but it certainly didn't dominate. And it didn't dominate, to be honest, as much as we expected it to dominate either. Now, that's not to play it down. And you've read out that section where we do, go on to welcome the fact that this is very clearly in the terms of reference of the independent review panel, which was announced last week. And we look forward to their consideration in detail of this particular issue. So we have identified, and you couldn't look at the data without identifying some of the inequalities that exist there, and these are well documented. But we have stopped short, I suppose, of writing it into our action plan, mainly because I suppose the independent review will be very explicitly looking at this, and we are very happy to speak to them to tell them what we found, but it's very clearly part of their terms of reference, and we look forward to their deliberations on this very contentious issue.
Not particularly reassured by that. Evidence of skewed teaching, significantly lower outcomes for free school meal pupils, systemic inequality. Do you want to go further as to why there was no recommendation?
Chris, if you take the word selection out of this, we do make recommendations around curriculum and assessment, and that that we look at assessment earlier in Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. For us, the selection is not a government approved test. It is a selection mechanism, and you won't get anybody as anti selection at the age of 11 as myself, having taught in the non-selective sector for 35 years. I see the damage that it has done to children coming in year 8 to school and having to build them back up again. But we're recommending assessment in early years at Key Stage 1, at Key Stage 2, but assessment for learning. I know it's a antiquated notion maybe, and one that needs to be rehearsed, but I think it's something that needs to happen. It wasn't part of our terms of reference. It is part of the terms of reference of the independent panel, but we're always aware that it is an elephant in the room in Northern Ireland, and constant governments have tried to get rid of that. And if I can just pass that back to yourselves, because it was a recommendation of the Northern Ireland Assembly. In fact, it was a recommendation of a previous education minister that actually happened. So that is within government recommendations, and that just hasn't moved within government.
Can I ask a genuine supplementary, I suppose? I appreciate the answers so far. I don't think we're going to meet as to why there is no recommendation. But to step back from that, how, and this is a genuinely open question, by asking these questions, I will get accused of being on a crusade or whatever else, despite an evidence basis to my questioning. But how in the weighting, in the top 10 of key barriers to equal educational opportunity, putting aside whether or not you've made a recommendation on it, how significant a barrier, an inhibitor of equal educational opportunity do you regard the current approach to post-primary transfer, given you've referred to it as a systemic inequality? Can you give me some idea of where it sits in terms of the significance of it?
Chris, it's Mary Montgomery. I suppose what I would draw your attention to in any consideration of that decision is the level of attainment gap, before children get to post-primary. What we looked at and the evidence that we considered shows that those gaps are there from age 2, age 3. We are hugely at a disadvantage because of a need for a revised assessment system in primary schools. But those gaps exist way before a child gets to age 11. In fact, it's almost too late. And the heavy lifting that is required by a school at post-primary to add any value to that child's educational experience is really, really difficult. It's a huge piece of work to lift a child at 11 and send them out with 5 GCSEs, including English and Maths. So it takes us sort of full circle to Joyce's point. Early years is where massive investment needs to be, because that gap at age 2 or age 3 grows and grows and grows.
I wonder, Chris, could I just come in? And Kathleen mentioned seeing a lot of year 8s coming into post-primary schools damaged by selection. I'm well past year 8 myself and still continue to carry damage from the 11 plus. So my heart is totally with you in what you're talking about. But can I just be quite explicit here? This was not in our terms of reference. It's in the terms of reference of another study that has just been appointed. So we held to our terms of reference. And in fact, the things that you quoted to us were, us going beyond, if you want, slightly the terms of reference. So it wasn't. Mary's point is absolutely critical here. There's no silver bullet at 11 either way, and addressing this at 11 will be far, far, far too late. And let me make a political and tactical point here. It would be wrong to put on this panel a responsibility to deal with an issue that has not been dealt with by our elected representatives in whatever shape or form. And we did not have the authority or the terms of reference to deal with this. So that is that was a fairly basic point. We considered this, we knew it was an issue, and we've done a risk. And my tactical point, very finally and very quickly, there are previous reports about educational underachievement where the 11-pluser selection has been included, and the reports are gathering dust as a result. We did not want this report to gather dust, and particularly the focus on getting in early and early years to be ignored because it got overwhelmed by another issue. So, I mean, that's the truth of the matter from my point of view.
I guess to conclude, and thanks for those responses. Can you still hear me okay there? Yeah. Yeah. I guess to conclude on that, given the weight of contribution that you've made on the issue, you refer to assembly motions, you refer to previous reports. I find it wrong, just plain wrong, that there is not a collective attempt to respond to this particular issue. A systemic inequality. If that's not a clarion call for people to act, then it's unacceptable. You make a good, useful final point there as well, Jackie. It's probably important for us to acknowledge the work of previous people in relation to educational underachievement. There's been a wide range of people that are engaged in that over the years, and your detailed work and your detailed action plan, builds on all of that. I welcome the discussion we've had around implementation, because, as you guys will know better than anybody else, redirecting focus and investment in early education and childcare strategy, full-time preschool places, for all are long-standing recommendations. And my understanding is the Education Department paused the funding formula review. It took special school parents to prevent a reduction of special school nursery hours from full-time. And obviously we're still waiting on the early education and childcare strategy. So I think robust implementation and monitoring mechanisms are absolutely essential. And maybe that's one of the key recommendations and asks that we can work towards as an education committee, to make sure that your robust work does result in improved equal educational opportunity for all children and young people in Northern Ireland. So thank you very much for your time today. We've just about stuck to time there, so appreciate it, and maybe we will engage with you in other formats going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Clark, can I bring you in to summarise any actions resulting from that debate, and ask the Assembly Broadcasting to remove witnesses and add members back into the spotlight until the end of the meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the committee covered all of the different sections of the report, actually. Bear with me just a second. With my Word document gone. And broadly commended the report. So in all 8 areas of the report, there were items that members wanted to pick up on, be they models of best practice that were being referred to, the place-based approach, and the actions for early intervention for tinies, or the monitoring and implementation. So at the high level, concerns of monitoring, funding, and long implementation, in a commitment sense, we're very live with the committee, and the committee was very conscious that there have been 15 years where no impact has been made on that socioeconomic and demographic.
Just a second, Clark. Members, can I just remind you, you're back in the spotlight and you might want to mute your devices just while the clerk is speaking. Thank you. Thanks, Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So last week, Pivotal warned the committee that good work in this area often suffers from a lack of strategic follow-through. And I think you can see in today's presentation that the committee is wishing to really urge commitment and funding from all the relevant players, urging the continued involvement of the expert panel in the implementation of the action plan, and say your recommendation, Chair, that the reporting that will be made against the action plan twice yearly, that should come to the Assembly via ministerial statement, so that the visibility and the energy behind this report continues to be high. The panel were at pains to point out that they didn't feel that they were tasked with post-primary transfer as an issue. The actions that I would suggest are that the committee communicate its commendation of the report and this urgent call to commit funding, cross-cutting resource, a kind of accountable, outcomes-based system of reporting and follow through against this. And I mean, the programme for government is now on a cross-cutting basis where departments do share the actions against particular objectives. So, the committee will want to hear back not only from the Department of Education, but from partners in communities and health and economy about the actions that are being followed through here. And I think the committee might want to consider making a press statement about today's meeting as well. There were just some refreshing ideas expressed, I think, in different strands of the report. About pupils in deprived areas, particularly just having a need to be taught and treated with dignity in the school system and in their lives, about esteem, that there should be equal esteem and shared esteem across the different categories of school employees, be they teachers or other teaching staff, people in training, and then the social capital aspect to our education, so that it's not just all about class-based learning, but how a child can use volunteering or sport or other community supports to develop a wider confidence that is really crucial in their career prospects then. There was so there's such a lot there, Chair, but really the actions I would suggest are to write to the Minister commending the report and urging commitment and those specific issues about recommendations in the reporting, and perhaps a press release which I could get prepared today and run by the committee if members wish to do that.
Okay. Members content? Agreed? Yep. Okay.
Chair, maybe just add a little bit to what the committee clerk has said there.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Rob.
I think it was made by, I think it was Dr. Purdy, who indicated that he was he was cautiously optimistic. I think, Chair, maybe we could support the expert panel in this sense that indeed, and I don't disagree with the press statement, but perhaps we could write to the First and Deputy First Minister indicating our support for the project. Also, there's a need to ensure the success of this. that it cannot be year-on-year funding, that if this project is going to be successful, and I think we all want it to be successful, then it has to have a multi-year budget, certainly indications of a multi-year budget. And that means obviously the cooperation of the executive as a whole, and particularly the finance minister. So if we've invested the money, we now know 4 million is there. We now know what the budget is likely to be, and I think we do need to get the executive as a whole to buy into the delivery of this project, Chair.
Okay. Members content? Agreed?
Thanks, Robin.
Okay. Thanks for that, Robin. Okay, Clerk, content to take forward those actions?
Yes, indeed, Chair.
Thanks very much. Okay, members, move to agenda item 6, our oral briefing by the Integrated Education Bill sponsor, Kelly Armstrong, MLA. Can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove members from the spotlight and to add our witnesses? Can I refer members to the Integrated Education Bill as introduced at page 305, the Integrated Education Bill Explanatory and Financial Memorandum at page 314, a record of an informal meeting committee members had with Kelly Armstrong, MLA, on the 22nd of June at page 320, a copy of Kelly Armstrong's presentation from the informal meeting on the 22nd of June at page 322, and an extract of Hansard of the Integrated Education Bill second stage debate at page 328. Can I give a warm welcome to Kelly Armstrong, MLA, for Strangford, and Fiona McAteer, Research Officer for Kelly Armstrong, MLA. You're very welcome, folks. Can I advise you that the committee will be able to give you no more than 10 minutes to make a short opening statement, and then followed by questions from the members. Thanks very much indeed, folks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just checking my volumes are okay, because behind us we have open windows just for ventilation today. So if it sounds as if there's a lot of noise, it's the Assembly making noise behind us. First of all, Chair, I would like to thank you and the committee. I know that I was due to be in front of you a few weeks ago, but as many of you know, I had a terrible bereavement in my family, and to be honest, I wasn't in a fit state to come and speak to you about the bill at that stage. So thank you so much for your patience on that. Many of us know what losing a very close family member means, and I appreciate your patience with me. Also, Chair, just to say that we are disappointed that we're not with you in person, because we have cream buns actually here to bring for the committee, but I know that Mr McCrossan enjoys those, but perhaps the next time. Chair and committee members, why are we here today? We're here today to talk about the Integrated Education Bill. We've got it through to second stage, and as I said at the end of second stage, before the vote was taken, our baby, Fiona and I's baby, has been handed over to you. It is now with yourselves to complete your investigations, and we're delighted to be with you here today. The committee will be taking lots of evidence. We know that your consultation is due to complete on the 10th of October. Really looking forward to see what the results are on that and the report when it comes out. Just to confirm again that we are more than happy to work with the committee, to work with all of you and the department. We've met with the department since the second stage and reiterated that we want to keep that open communications, because we want to have good legislation. This bill is not intended to cause difficulties for anyone. I know that issues have been raised, and I'm sure members will ask us for clarification about that. I'm hoping that the department will share with me their issues that they've presented to the committee already, because armed with that information and the potential solutions that they want brought forward, because if this bill goes forward, or when it goes forward, it will be for the department to deliver upon it. So we want to make sure that the bill is as workable as possible, of course, for those officers. Maybe the department in there will be able to share their paper with us. That would be very grateful. And then we can also take some of the issues that are being brought forward with the Bill's Office. As you know, this bill was brought forward. Nobody else wrote it. It has come through years of work, I have to say, and more specifically in this mandate, it has come through the Assembly's Bill's Office. So we have stuck to all of those procedures. We're not opposed to meeting anyone to discuss any issues that you have. We actually appreciate the fact that any bill going through the House is going to have amendments, and we fully expect maybe individual members and the committee may well have amendments coming forward. I think the department had said to yourselves that they have potential amendments that they would like to see. We have been talking to NICIE and the fund, and there may actually be an amendment to help to explicitly explain a few things that they are concerned that there has been maybe a little bit of misunderstanding about. And I'd like to thank at this point NICIE and IEF, the Integrated Education Fund, who have been so accommodating to both Fiona and myself. They have been brilliant at allowing us to come and torture their board members and speak to staff and of course members. But they've also been very good for the committee in encouraging people to respond to the call for evidence, so I thank them very much for that. I will be asking or contacting each of the parties to have a discussion with you individually and of course with the committee, and just to commit to all of you that we are prepared to make ourselves available to the committee at any stage. We want to keep the communications open. We want to keep that contact going. We've been through quite a bit, and I know that you will eventually be coming to look at each individual clause, but rather than take up too much time today, Chair, I am open to questions. We listened to what the department said last week. We know that individual members will have questions, so if that's okay, rather than going through all of the clauses again, because we've been through that at second stage and we've had our informal meeting, with your permission, Chair, over to the committee for questions.
Thanks for that, Kelly. Can I bring in Pat Sheehan, MLA, Deputy Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Kelly and Fiona, for coming in this morning. Kelly, first of all, I wanted to ask you if you had heard the evidence given to the committee a fortnight ago by departmental officials, and what can only be described as a withering critique of this particular bill. Tell us what your reaction is to that criticism. Thanks.
To be honest, nobody likes change. We all know that. And I appreciate that the department have their concerns. And this is where I go back to, we're happy to work with anyone to make good legislation. I appreciate the department had made some assertions. I don't agree with all of those, and that's why we had met with the department to ask them what their issues were. So it was a little bit surprising when they came to the committee and had a long list that they hadn't previously shared with us as, as the bill sponsor. But look, there's no closed doors with us. We'll talk to the department. We'll go through their issues. We'll clarify. And to be honest, if there are clauses within this bill that can be improved upon because they will be delivering the outcomes of this bill in the future, then happy to work with them. I would really love it if the department listed those issues for me. We haven't got that from them yet, and what possible solutions that they would like to see, and then we can certainly go back to the Bills Office and get legal opinion on that and bring forward if that's amendments or whatever changes that we can do to help the department.
Okay, thanks for that. And of course, it makes sense to work with everyone to try and bring forward the best piece of legislation possible. Because, I mean, it would be a very foolish person to bring forward a draft piece of legislation and say this is absolutely perfect and it doesn't even need scrutiny. Let's just nod it on through. That would be a bit daft. But you said that the departmental officials made some assertions that you didn't agree with. What exactly were those assertions?
This goes back to, there was a few bits and pieces, but one of them was under that clause 7 when planning for the establishment of a new school. There was a few times when there seemed to be a misreading of the legislation. It says that the establishment of a new school by the department, that there would be a presumption that it would be integrated unless there were special circumstances. So it's not going to force integrated education to take over. On a number of occasions, the department seemed to think that this would erode all other sectors. Actually, what that Section 7 does is encourages the department to use the tools that they already have. We know that the Education Authority, for instance, has been involved in community conversations, and wouldn't that be lovely when the department has established that there are enough children in an area for a new school to come forward, that they speak to that community. And in fact, that clause 7 has deliberately been left quite open for the department to define what those special circumstances are. Now, we have said that in clause 7 part 2 that the following are not to be treated as special circumstances. But, you know, because that is the special circumstances at the moment. So, for instance, Pat, just thinking about Irish medium, if there was a community conversation and parents said, actually, do you know what we could be doing with an integrated or an Irish medium school, then that would open the doors for that and for the department to set that up as opposed to parents. So it's not as presumptive as people like to think. We do have it at the moment where new schools are presumed on the basis of demographics and spare places in schools to either be maintained or controlled. All we're saying is in that process we flip it that it's presumed to be integrated first, but there's special circumstances which the department can define, can be brought into play, and that could be the community conversation. For instance, the department could turn around and say they need a special school. Nobody would argue about that, because if they've identified that they need the capacity for a special school, then no problem. If the community say it needs to be a controlled school or a maintained school, Irish medium or integrated, then that gives the responsibility within the community to react to that. So I think it's to make it clear that the department saying that all new schools would be integrated and it's going to erode all other sectors. Actually, what we're doing is we're giving the community the opportunity to spell out what they want in their areas.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, and could I just follow up on that clause 7, because it is one of the clauses that has raised concerns in quite a number of quarters. I spoke to the Irish medium sector in the last couple of weeks, and they were certainly concerned, because while it lists just a couple of special circumstances, that a number of issues that aren't to be used as special circumstances, it doesn't go on to list any other. And the difficulty in the first part of the clause, it says education bodies, when planning for the establishment of a new school, education bodies must apply a presumption that it will be an integrated school, unless that would be inappropriate by reasons of special circumstances. And you only list 2 issues which shouldn't be treated as special circumstances. And if it isn't on the face of the bill, for example, that a community can opt for an Irish medium school or a special school, you know, and this is the difficulty with legislation. If it isn't absolutely crystal clear what is meant, and I accept entirely what your intentions are, Kelly, but having those intentions and incorporating it into legislation are 2 entirely different things. And those are the issues that we will need to tease out, I think, as this process goes on. And it would be, I think it would be an abdication of the responsibility of elected representatives just to say, hands up, I support this piece of draft legislation, I'm going to vote for it, without listening to, you know, evidence from stakeholders, from experts, from yourself, and from others. So, I mean,
thanks, Pat.
I've said to you clearly. I mean, I support the principle of our kids being educated together. This piece of draft legislation still has a bit of work to be done to it, I think. So thanks anyway.
Thanks, Pat. Just as a reminder, members, I think I can stretch to about 5 minutes max for questions here, but we're going to need to stick to that, and I know that's not a time we're used to sticking to, so I'll try and give you a 1 minute warning each time. And can I bring in Robin Newton, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Kelly, again, and had the advantage of having the informal meeting with Kelly and her researcher. My concerns are similar to the Deputy Chair. and it would seem really, Kelly, you used the expression "flip it," in the sense that you were indicating there was a presumption that if a new school was to be built in an area, that it would be either the Catholic maintained sector or the state sector, but that indeed you would want to flip it and indicate that it should be, presumption should be that it would be an integrated school. And in many ways, is that not just elevating the views of those, and I speak as someone who is a supporter of integrated education, and indeed in my own family, my own children are practitioner of integrated education. But does that not indeed your feeling of flipping it elevate the views of one sector above the views of others who may see that they would prefer either Catholic maintained or state school in the area?
Thank you, Robin. And you're absolutely right. I am looking for area planning to consider integrated education first. Now, as we all know, when was the last time a brand new school was created? It's been quite a while, and I'm not expecting any brand new schools to pop up very quickly. But with integrated education, the fact that those schools are open to all is one thing, but the special circumstances does allow for any type of school to be brought forward coming from the community. And as Pat has said, if we need to specify that a bit more tightly, then we're prepared to do that. If the committee would like a change on that, then we can certainly do that. It's certainly something.
But we did go back and forth, Robin, and should we define the special circumstances? Because we didn't really want to kind of hold the department to something very strict that wouldn't be able to change. So that's why we kind of left it quite open. But as Kelly said, if there's a form of words or if there's something else we want to put in there to help the department and help the planning authorities, if that's, we can do that, no problem.
Yeah. The other thing just to note is remember that integrated education doesn't have a planning authority. So, unless the department takes that on board for that development, we do have, very, very lucky, we have the Education Authority and CCMS who look after the controlled and maintained schools, but integrated education doesn't have a planning authority. So it is a change. It is a change that a lot of people are concerned about, but it is a change that we can help bring children together to be educated together in classroom every day. But if it needs to be improved upon, Robin, I am open to solutions, and I'm sure the committee can either take forward an amendment or I can. As I say, I want to work with you as opposed to, I'm not going to sit here and say, you can't do anything.
Thanks, Kelly. A minute there, Robin. Thanks.
Just very quickly, Chair, I'm not going to be able to find it within which clause it is, but indeed, the bill requires as it stands, the bill requires the department, and not just arm's length bodies from the department, but indeed the department to promote integrated education as well as encourage and facilitate it. No other sector gets that advantage. State or Catholic maintained or Irish language or they don't get that advantage. So why would we be looking for a duty on the department to promote one sector above other sectors?
The independent review of integrated education had brought forward promote as one of the key issues that it wanted to see brought forward. Clauses 5, 1A and B define what that means. I know that the word promotion seems to be causing a few problems. I would be quite happy to consider changing the word promotion to meeting parental demand or parental preference for integrated education, for instance.
And also the consultation that we did, which we had over 800 responses, the majority of those people wanted to see a statutory duty on the department to promote. And as Kelly said, it has come through in different recommendations in previous reports. So it's grassroots led, and it's what the movement would love to see.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Robin. Daniel McCrossan, MLA, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Kelly. Good to see you, and thank you for your brief opening remarks as well. I just want to point out at the outset, this is an important discussion, and that the SDLP, back through many, many years, as far back as when Martin McGuinness was Minister, asked for an increase to the education budget generally, but also in cooperation with Martin McGuinness that we could see specific provision for an uplift in resources for integrated education. So for a long time, we've been chipping away to ensure that sufficient support is given to the sector. However, when looking at the bill and listening to the presentation last week, Kelly, there are some concerns that have been touched on by the Vice Chair and also by Mr. Newton as well, I'm sure others. So your bill is designed to get integrated sector a playing field. But the Department of Education is considerable, given what we've heard at this recent. Can you explain how placing...
Sorry, Daniel, I'm not able to hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, just a minute. So, Daniel, you were breaking up a bit there. I think your question is, how will this give a level playing field? But if you want to summarise there briefly, if we can hear you, go ahead.
Can you explain how placing a duty to promote integrated education on the department will do this, how it will create a level playing field and not place the integrated sector in a position of significant advantage, as some are now claiming?
Thanks, Daniel.
I'll not lie, Daniel, of course I'm looking to have integrated education promoted. The meaning of promotion is in 5.1a and b, where it talks about identifying, assessing, monitoring and aiming to increase the demand for provision of integrated education. I know the department were concerned that that would mean that more schools might come forward to become integrated. What's wrong with that? It's not about advertising. I think people have got that into their head. It's not about TV ads and things like that. This is about actually assessing and monitoring and aiming to increase the demand. Now, given the fact that the school estate of the whole school bodies, there's about 70 integrated schools at the moment. It's not a significant amount. So if we're to talk about equity and to give a balance, for instance, integrated and Irish medium schools could be doing with a bit of help, because how many hundreds of other types of schools are there? Who have planning authorities. There is no planning authority for integrated education.
There has been a historic kind of underdevelopment of integrated education, and it's now just kind of trying to bring that up to where it should be. And that's why we have the it's a strategic promotion and a strategic action plan and policies.
Which fits in with what SDLP had, as you rightly said, been planning earlier. It's just trying to put this into legislation to put a duty on the department to do this.
Okay, but how do you placing a duty to promote education on CCS?
Sorry, Daniel, it's breaking up a little bit. I think.
Yeah, we'll give it a chance there, Daniel.
How do you see placing a duty to promote integrated education on CCS or a level playing field?
Okay, so Kelly, I think the question was, how do you see placing a duty to promote integrated education on CCMS or EA, creating a level playing field?
CCMS and EA are planning authorities. So when they're considering their policies going forward, particularly with planning, if they don't consider integrated education, how are we ever going to develop it?
And they're already doing that because of the new maintained school that is transforming. So they've checked that box already. They also have a really good working relationship with NICIE as well. So they already have those important connections already made.
Okay, and what difference do you believe will placing a duty to promote integrated education on CIE make to CIE and the way it functions?
Okay, well, I think that's a really good question. CIE already produce a lot of material that is used in integrated schools. It wouldn't produce any more kind of burden on them. I don't think it would add any more cost or burden, because they actually already have a really good sharing platform of materials for integrated schools. And again, they work really closely with NICIE, so the relationship is already there and the work is actually already being done.
Okay. Thank you for that. Chair, just indulge me slightly.
Yeah, that's the question.
Thank you, Chair. The bill in its current state will require the development of an integrated education strategy. And I know we had discussions about this, Kelly. What do you hope to achieve for the integrated sector with such a strategy, and what effect do you believe it may have on other sectors?
Well, to be honest, the education strategy, as you can see there, it's in clause 8. It talks about the integrated education strategy must in particular include provision for resources, including personnel, to encourage, facilitate and promote integrated education. It talks about facilitate the maintenance and protection of the ethos. It talks about finding funding commitments. Full access for integrated schools to training and resources by the Education Authority. And I know that has improved in recent time, but this is setting it actually in legislation. It's talking about including in that strategy an action plan. So it's setting out a responsibility within the department to provide that strategy. I think if what we learned from RHI is that we need to have a strategy, have action plans that can be accountable, and that's what really that's aiming for. It means then that we don't have another report or legislation that sits on the shelf, that it's actually an organic document that the department have ownership of and can bring forward to each of us for scrutiny.
Okay.
Yeah, and just in relation to that, Chair, just a brief supplementary on that basis. Some have expressed concern around Clause 10 of the bill, Kelly, and I know that it will have been brought to your attention. It was discussed at length with the Department. What do you feel the implications of Clause 10 are legally, given that it creates a precedent that some have determined to be difficult and could present difficulties, particularly given that these issues will be resolved via negative resolution as opposed to through the Assembly by legislators, being ourselves?
This is standard process, Daniel. I don't actually get why anybody has a problem with this. For instance, yesterday we had the Adoption and Children Bill that is bringing forward regulations by negative resolution. So this is standard.
In drafting legislation, it's just standard practice to put it in negative resolution, because otherwise it can be very onerous on the department. So it's bringing back the accountability and responsibility back to your members yourselves.
What would be worse if we had said that it was affirmative resolution, and then that would have been a handling and a half, and it would have been completely ridiculous. But negative resolution is not something that any legislator should be, or the Assembly should be worried about. And to be honest, the department shouldn't be concerned about that. This is a regular occurrence, a standard occurrence in legislation.
Okay.
The department went as far as there's no precedent.
We'll provide the bills from the last 2 weeks for them, where there's quite a lot of negative resolution that's in all bills.
Thanks, Daniel. Can I bring in Robbie Butler, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly, and thanks for the work you've done on this. I look forward to maybe meeting with you guys privately too. But Kelly, I hope you don't mind me doing this, not being naughty. Yesterday in the Chamber on the Children and Adoptions Bill, you actually give negative resolutions a bit of a rattling, and you asked the Minister why that aspect of the Children and Adoptions Bill couldn't be in positive resolution, but you're saying it's okay here. And given the fact,
resolution and rattling, what I said was that one particular clause, clause 42 in the Children and Adoption Bill, because of the content of the regulation, should be positive. Now, if you guys as the committee think this should be positive, you will need to speak to the department on the implications for that, because we were told very clearly by the drafts person that negative resolution is standard for this. It's regulations that the department must bring forward, and it's for the Assembly to have sight of, but it won't prevent their regulations from happening because it's negative resolution. It's only if somebody says, hold on, I don't like this. The difference with the Children's Adoption Bill was there was a very definite clause there, and that Adoption and Children's Bill had a number of clauses where it was asking for affirmative resolution to be taken, but most of it is negative. So I have no problem with negative resolution. It's just when there's particular things. So if you feel as a committee that this should be positive resolution or affirmative resolution, then change that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure that clears it up too much for me, but Kelly, what the department had pointed out, or what they see, is that this is a significant departure from the ethos of integrated education as it stands, because it does omit terminologies and stuff that reflected and still reflect society. So in terms of the percentages of pupils that would make up an integrated school, for instance, I think in this potential bill, then this would remove all of that. Do you think that you don't think that? So those percentages would still stand? Is that what you're saying? Then so to have integrated status, then you would need to reach the bar for percentages.
In law, it's reasonable numbers. There are no percentages. That's just a policy position that's taken forward. We have replicated, and the department said that themselves, we have replicated the language that was used in the Shared Education Act that's already been voted on by the House. So we're not going to question the House on that one. It does talk about reasonable numbers of Catholics and Protestants. What we have done is we have reflected and evolved to include, as it says in clause 1, the education together in an integrated school of those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none. And that is taken as a direct response to parents who have said, I'm not a Protestant or a Catholic, and my child doesn't seem to be counted in the same way. We will still have reasonable numbers of Protestants and Catholics, but we will have, and we do have, integrated schools across Northern Ireland that are achieving the 30-30 in Protestants and Catholics. The other 30% are others, and it allows schools then to count those. The thing about an integrated school is we will always have Protestants and Catholics in that classroom together, and we certainly do want those reasonable numbers. We have actually included ETI inspections because we listened to, for instance, Mervyn's story of the DUP who was worried about how integrated an integrated school was. So now ETI can test that level of integration, that level of mixing, that level of diversity within the school. They can challenge it. So we have actually gifted the Assembly the opportunity and the ETI the opportunity to test integration, and all integrated schools so far have said they have no issue with that.
So in regard to the policy numbers, the policy statements that underpin this, there has to be a measure, obviously, for it to be effective.
It's only numbers in law. It's only reasonable numbers in law.
What in terms of your, in the detail in this bill, what do you presume reasonable numbers to be, Kelly?
To be honest, I would have gone further, but I didn't, because we actually changed our original intention to say that it should reflect the makeup of society where that school is based, or the catchment area of that school. So, for instance, you have Park Hall, wonderful school up in Antrim, that looks like a terrible small amount of Catholics go to the school, at 6 or 7%, but it actually has 26% of others. So that's not currently reflected in that. So we want to bring that in. But the ETI can actually push that. So I could turn around and say we want 40, 40, 20. Is that reasonable? Do we actually have any areas in Northern Ireland that actually have that sort of demographic split? And we take parental preference into consideration. What we do need to maintain is reasonable numbers. So putting figures on it doesn't reflect society.
Yeah, and the department actually already do look at the community background and the makeup of the area the school is in. So, I mean, they kind of are moving away from those figures, and again, it's just in policy.
Okay, so I mean, it's an interesting one because we all want our children educated together, but in reality, education is only one part of the problem. We still have a segregated society. In some areas, we have places which would be exclusively either Protestant or Catholic, and we have schools in those areas which, you mean, Kelly, you could be looking at 99% might, in certain areas. With this bill, then, would the reasonable numbers test fail?
No, because there is no change on that. All we're saying is that we've replicated it's Protestants and Catholics together, reasonable number. Plus, we recognise that there are other children of other faiths and none.
But Robbie, if that school, as you're just saying, the 99%, if they wanted to transform, they obviously have to go through the proper legal process of transformation, and then that's where they would work with NICIE to try and get their balance back up again and to reflect the minority community. But also we have to remember it's more than just numbers, it's about the integrated ethos and also the reflection of the Board of Governors as well, which is different in an integrated school.
Okay. One last one, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, last question, thanks.
Thank you very much. So in terms of NICIE and the Integrated Education Bill, it does talk about that there is an overriding Christian ethos at the moment in terms of integrated education.
All schools, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, and it also says, now to be fair to this bill, it says, there will be parental choice for those children who don't want to maybe partake in certain elements of that ethos and stuff. And there's a humanist approach. Is it
in this bill, Rob?
What's that, sorry?
It's not in this bill. I deliberately did not deal with secularism. All schools in Northern Ireland have a Christian ethos. The difference in an integrated school, well, to be honest, all schools try to do this, that they recognise the makeup of the body of the pupils. In integrated school, the celebration of who all the children are is certainly there, but they still have a Christian ethos.
And NICIE are coming up after, so that's a perfect question to ask them, and they'll be able to explain in better detail than we can about that.
Cool. And last one, in terms of ETI, have they given you any feedback, Kelly, with regard to their ability or desire to take on the extra functions that could be conferred on them?
No, they already do it for shared education, so it wouldn't be. And also NICIE have a self-evaluation form which they can actually just replicate. So there's a lot of resources and toolkits out there already pre-made.
We did meet with the department, as we said, and we've asked if there's any issues that they want to bring forward, and we'd be happy to discuss that. But we have had, as legislators, complaints how integrated are integrated schools, and we have an option through ETI to use the self-evaluation forms. Or what else they might want to develop to test integration. We don't do this with CCMS. We don't say how Catholic is a maintained school, or in controlled schools, what is the makeup there. So it's a new one for integrated education, but one that all the schools have said they have no problem doing, because they're already filling out the self form, the monitoring forms that they do for NICIE.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Robbie. Can I bring in Diane Dodds, MLA, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kelly. And I know we have had an informal meeting around the bill, and I share the concerns around Clause 7. You know that I've spoken to you privately about this, because I do think that gives a separate status to integrated education that perhaps, to be fair, I think there should be a level playing field for schools, not placing one school over another. The thing that I wanted to ask you really was, when we last spoke, you hadn't had an up-to-date conversation with the other sectoral bodies. Have you now had that conversation, and what difficulties or issues have they raised?
We've met with CSSC, Mark. We've met with CCMS, although we're due to go back to see CCMS again. I have to say that the meeting was arranged at that time when I was off on bereavement leave. So we're due to actually see CCMS with their trustees.
But that would be our second meeting.
That's the second meeting. And we've met with the department, and the EA were represented at that department, the IMIE team. To be honest, others have said that as it moves through the process, they and we understandably know that there's going to be amendments coming forward. There have been concerns about Clause 7 because it does flip things, as I have said before. At this stage, we haven't had any feedback from the department, as I say, on their list of issues, specifying them all. So we look forward to that. We are due to see, as I say, CCMS again. And we're going to get more detail from them at that. CSSC, when we met them, quite a number of integrated schools are controlled integrated schools that come under their banner anyway, so they're fully on board. They understand the requirements that happen with controlled integrated schools, and they work quite closely with NICIE and the others. I know that all the sectoral bodies do, the chief executives do meet together on a regular basis, so it's not a surprise to them. They knew it was coming. Like, this has been, as a piece of legislation, has been discussed through those bodies in 2016.
Okay, I'm just slightly surprised by that, because I also have met them, and we as an education committee team have met them, and they did raise quite a number of questions about the ability to promote, for example, integrated education, and the statutory and legal duty that would be on the department to promote an integrated education, say, for example, over a faith-based education. So, they did raise some of those issues with me. So I'm really surprised that there wasn't more of an issue about it. Have you an estimate of how Clause 8 and Section D on the issue of funding, what that would mean to the balance of funding in the department? Or, I mean, can you tell us how you see that working, etc., in terms of amounts?
Have you received the Research and Information Service, the RAISE review of bill costs, the Integrated Education Bill, and potential financial?
I don't have it on me at the moment, but I'd just...
Kelly, see before you come in on that, just hopefully maybe helpful point of information. All schools in Northern Ireland are by law, unless and until someone changes that. And this bill is not proposing to change that, is my understanding. All schools by law are non-denominationally Christian in ethos, so that the dichotomy or a dichotomy does not exist between Christian and non-Christian or faith-based and integrated education. All schools by law are non-denominationally Christian ethos. Fair and recording that.
I'm presuming, Chair, I'm going to get extra time now.
About 30 seconds maybe, yeah. Go ahead, Kelly.
Can I just come in here when you're talking about the money? So obviously NICIE is funded through the department, but they've actually had their budget cut over the last number of years, so actually we'll probably just see their uplift back to what they used to get compared to some of the other sectoral bodies, on that aspect for NICIE.
I mean, I think that in real terms, the education budget has been cut significantly over the last number of years. So it applies to all people and all sectors equally, despite a growth in the school population. So in real terms, the education budget has really had quite a significant cut in recent years. And I hope that when we're looking at the spending review proposals, that the committee will unite again around the issue of the budget for education. But really what I'm saying is, I mean, this asks for dedicated funding specifically to promote one sector, and have you a sense of what that would be?
It's in that report that you would have received that was passed by the Speaker's Office, and it determines that it's based on staff as opposed to other costs. Now, it doesn't include non-staff costs, but it was £261,000, £261,296 per year. And that was for a grade 7 deputy principal, staff officer and executive officer grade 2, and it was 2 staff officers built into that. At this stage, it doesn't take into account the amount of money per year that the Integrated Education Fund also provides for that promotion. The department were asked for figures, and the IMIE team, I believe, were asked for figures, and the Speaker has said that's about as far as I can go, because unfortunately, as we know, we're not like Scotland where we get to have a lot of money thrown at us to get financial wizards to look at this, but that's the money that has been put forward. It's more a cost towards staffing as opposed to anything else. So a lot of the education strategy talks about securing the resources, and we're looking at that level of funding for personnel for those resources.
I tend to disagree with that way of accounting for funding, because that's the principle of it, and the absolute and the initial cost. The actual rollout cost of all of these things will be somewhat significantly different. Can I direct you to 5A? Just I'm aware I have very limited time, Kelly. I'm sorry. Yeah. I want to direct you to 5A. So it talks about identifying, assessing, monitoring, and aiming to increase the demand for the provision of integrated education. So we have the promotion of integrated education on a statutory footing and aiming to increase the demand for integrated education. Has there been a consideration of what that would look like across all the area planning that's currently going on in education?
In area planning, as far as I'm concerned, there isn't any plans for integrated education. NICIE certainly do have a voice at the table, but they're one voice. They're not a planning authority, so they've no legal basis to be listened to. But what it does, as I've said before, promotion seems to be causing a lot of issues for people. It's about meeting parental preference, and we've had surveys and reports over and over again that confirm that 69 to 70% of parents would like their children to be educated together. If we are to meet that parental preference, then this is how it would be done, by identifying, assessing and monitoring. There's no point in increasing the number of places or telling people to apply for integrated education if we don't have the places available. So this is why that section 5.1a has been put forward, and then 5b follows from that, to provide sufficient places in integrated schools to meet parental preference.
You see, I agree with you that I do think people want their children educated together. And even back in the dark old days when I was going to school, I went to a school that was, had people from both sections of the community and indeed wider afield. My children also went to the same school and they were very lucky to do so. But I think that children can be educated together in all sorts of. I was at a state school, obviously, so I was educated together with other people in that state school, and I think that there are all kinds of ways. So, shared schooling and the shared education project is another way. So I don't think integrated education is the only way that children can be educated together. And that's a point I think that is constantly worth making, that there are other situations where children are educated together. Look, I look forward to engaging further on the bill. This is a big topic.
Just to confirm, Diane, in current legislation under the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989, legally the only time that school can be called integrated is if they have gone through that process. So you're right, if we're looking in future, about how children are educated together, I'd love all schools to be officially called integrated, but at this stage they have to go through that education reform legislative process to have that stamp on them.
Yeah, but you're talking about a sector, Kelly. I'm talking about children can be educated together across the different sectors within education.
Okay,
Which is just
I'll move
a
on.
slightly different thing.
Thanks. Can I bring in Nicola Brogan, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Kelly and Fiona, for coming along here this morning. Kelly, I really do appreciate your kind of open-mindedness with addressing issues of the bill. It's really good to have that kind of open discussion about it. We are supportive of integrated education, and we're happy to work with you with this bill, but there are some things we need to tease out. You'll be sick talking about this here, but I'm going to go back to clause 7 because just a few points you've made this morning. Pat had raised the issue of special circumstances and that you have outlined what special circumstances can't be. Whose responsibility is it to specify what special circumstances are, and do you have an idea of what special circumstances will be?
Well, do you know what, Nicola? It's an interesting question. Under this one, it would be for the department to define that. Because we have left it open. What we have said is the existing circumstances cannot be considered, so the religious demographics of an area. And as we know, you could turn around and you could say, well, that village over there, that town over there, it's majority Catholic. We presume it's majority Catholic, so it'd be a CCMS school built there, or it's majority Protestant, so we'll put a controlled school there. That's not appropriate. Also, the Drumrah ruling means that you can't say because that type of school has empty places, therefore this type of school can't be built. So to be honest, I would love to tease that out. Now, I deliberately have not put, and I take Pat's point, I haven't put a definition of what the special circumstances will be because the draftsperson advised us that we want to give the department the flexibility, because if we put it in the face of the bill, then what happens in 5 years' time? What happens in 10 years' time? How can we future-proof this? But if we feel, or if you feel, that the committee should define special circumstances and state in that, for instance, something like the community conversation that the Education Authority, University of Ulster and others know about and have trialled and have tested, if that community conversation was part of the special circumstances, I think that would help to bring all of the different types of parental preferences onto the table and help to decide what any future new schools. Now, the other thing is on new schools, I have meant, and I may need to explicitly explain this in an amendment, or if the committee wants to do that, that a new school is a brand new build where there has been an identification by the department that there needs to be a new school to meet demand. It's not amalgamations, because they're already an existing entity. We may need to define that because I know the departments seem to have a concern about that, but it is a presumption that it's an integrated school unless, by appropriate reason of special circumstance, that it's not. And that throws it open then to say, hold on, don't presume that it's any other type, it's integrated unless the community say otherwise.
Well, I think that'd be worthwhile clarifying with the Bill's office, I suppose, if it's just for brand new schools. And just to follow up on a point you've made a few times as well, the fact that there aren't many new skills being built in the north. I think we still have to be very careful about putting that into legislation. Just because there aren't many new schools being built in the north and we don't foresee it in the future doesn't mean that we can put that into legislation in the expectation that there won't be. I think we have to be very careful with that. But listen, Kelly, thanks for that. The other point I wanted to touch upon was the independent review into education and the fact that the panel has just recently been announced. And I suppose really I'm questioning the timing of the bill, and if you think this is a good time to introduce it and for us to be discussing it, or are we kind of preempting the results from, or the findings from the independent review?
Thank you, Nicola. No, I don't believe that we are, because all of us have seen how long it takes for something like Bengoa. We know that the Independent Review of Education, the panel has been appointed. They will bring out their report in a year or 18 months' time. That's into a new mandate. How long will it take then for those recommendations to come forward, or how many of them will go forward? We don't know. In the meantime, we have integrated schools where children are not able to access integrated places. So this bill, you could nearly see it as an interim. And to be honest, if the Independent Review of Education comes forward with something that all political parties can agree with, it may rewrite quite a lot of education legislation. But at this stage, this bill is to support and help integrated education.
Yeah, we're taking our lead from the movement, and they're still crying out for this, and they would still love to see this go through. And you mentioned actually in the department's evidence about the Education Committee's review and shared integrated education. So if you even go back to what that was 2015. Back to then, there was recommendations that the department didn't do anything with. Then you had Colin Kavanagh's reports. There was recommendations that the department didn't do anything with. So we feel that, it's just unfortunate timing. And as we've said to you so many times, we started this back in 2016 and before the independent review had even been thought about. So we understand the cause for concern, but we do feel that, now is the time to be doing this.
But listen, I can understand those frustrations with when you say that the delay with the recommendations from other reviews. But I just wonder, is it almost making two jobs out of one? But it's just a thought. But listen, Kelly, if you want to, really nice to speak to you about it, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it in much more detail again. Thanks very much, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Chris, you're on mute there.
Finally happened to me. Thanks, Nicola. Can I bring in Justin McNulty, MLA, please?
Oh.
Justin, I think you need to unmute as well. Thanks. Still can't hear you there. Still can't hear you. Yeah, it's not coming in. Can I check with Assembly Broadcasting that Justin's definitely been brought into the spotlight?
I think
that's you now.
I'm on now, Chair. I'm on now.
That's you now, Justin. I'll give you some injury time for that one, Justin. Go ahead there. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Chair. Kelly, hi Kelly, hi Fiona. Thanks for coming to committee today. Thank you for your determination and your great work on trying to bring forward this bill. Just a couple of questions. I do recognise Pat's point and Nicola's as well, and that our job as a committee is to scrutinise, and that's what we're here. We're trying to assist the delivery of this bill in the best possible format going forward, in the interest of all. So that's why we've got a number of questions that we want answered, and we're trying to move this forward in a positive sense. The bill in its current form seeks to bring about a standardised and accredited diversity and all-inclusive module on how to teach in a truly inclusive and integrated classroom. Do you see that combining the word standardised with the word diversity is somewhat of an intellectual and philosophical problem? How do you standardise diversity? Is this a bit of an oxymoron?
Justin, thank you very much for that. Do you know what? When we looked at this, there are different teachers. So teachers who were employed as a new teacher 30 years ago will have received a level of training, and teachers who are being trained today, no matter where they're being trained, they get a certain level of training, but it's all different. So the standardised approach, we're not saying that diversity is standardised. What we're saying is we would love to see it a standardised amount of time given to support our teachers. so that they maybe have a training course that's either an hour or 2 hours or a week or whatever it may be, but it's standardised so that everybody gets a fair level of diversity training, because those teachers are going into classrooms now that are so much more diverse than they ever were. So we have a range of children's abilities, we have a range of different cultures, we have a range of different children's backgrounds coming in there, and the teachers are faced with all of this, and we're looking just to provide a standardised approach to the training, rather than we can have difference within the diversity training, but we might well say, well, we need to cover off race, we need to cover off religion, we need to cover off, different family types. But how long they get, it's a bit like if you think about, coach training. You want a standardised level of training, but you might have some people who need a wee bit more help and some people who are professionals in it and don't need as much help, but they will still all have a set number or a level of support there through their course. So that's what that standardisation is about, is to put a level playing field in there. So it means that St Mary's or Stranmillis or wherever the teachers are coming from, or postgraduate, that they have the same percentage of their course or percentage of what they're doing is set out for them. So it means then it's all teachers are provided with this tool that will help them with their classrooms.
Okay, I still have a problem with standardised diversity. I have a problem with that word. The bill in its current state seeks to require NICIE to inspect integrated schools to ensure they are upholding the integrated ethos. Have you consulted with NICIE to determine if they believe this is an appropriate way to use their inspectorate?
I haven't consulted with the ETI on this, but there's already resources available that have been developed through NICIE, where the schools themselves have to look to see if they're upholding the integrated ethos, and they can prove that they're upholding the integrated ethos, for instance, in the diversity of their boards and their teaching staff, as well as what the content of courses are. So there's a ready-made platform. To be honest, until this bill comes forward, I don't want to ask ETI to invest money establishing what that would be until we know that it's definitely going to be there for them. But I know it's something that the schools have said that they don't have an issue. And if you want to, I can certainly go and get evidence from or get information from the ETI in response to that. But I have asked the department for any information or concerns that they would have, and they haven't produced that just yet.
Okay, have you sought DE's views on using the independent inspectorate to function this way, requiring the independent inspector to function in that way?
Yes, we have done. We met with.
Yeah, they didn't bring up anything to us. We have an open communication with the IMIE team, the whole way through this process, and it's not something that they've flagged as a particular concern compared to all their other concerns.
Okay, and do you envisage that ETI being independent enough to decide what an integrated ethos is, or do you seek through this legislation to determine that for them?
No, to be honest, the ETI are professionals in this, Justin. They will be people who will know how much they can measure and what's realistic to be measured. So to be honest, I would rather leave it with them.
And hopefully they work with NICIE as well, because as we've said, they have the toolkits and they've been doing this for decades. They know exactly how to help and what to look for, and they already help the schools that maybe need a wee bit of extra help, especially those transformed schools. So they have the experts there as well.
Okay, the bill in its current form seeks to provide resources to integrated schools to strengthen their ethos. I'm sure all schools would like additional resources towards that end. Tell us how that will work in practice.
Well, it's looking at a school. So, for instance, if you have someone that has gone in and they're having an allegation that they don't have the right mix, well, what is the school doing to ensure that they do have reasonable numbers of Catholics and Protestants? What are they doing to ensure that, for instance, the curriculum that they're using is fully inclusive and that it reflects the children who are in classes, that they support teachers so that they can teach all of the range of diverse children who will be appearing in their classes? It looks to support those board members that when they're considering making policies or moving the way forward, how to do that. And I agree with you, I would love more money to be given to our schools to support them with their ethos. No matter what ethos it is, that's what makes schools unique and really strong and what makes parents want to send their children there. So I would love all schools to do it. So I'm putting it in this one, and you never know, as a result of this, perhaps all of the schools will get help with their ethos. Now I know CSSC do this for the controlled schools. I know CCMS do it for the maintained schools. And I haven't spoken to CNG to see how they do it for the ethos of Irish medium schools, but it's certainly something that is being taken forward. Wouldn't we all love to see lots more money going into our schools for that?
Okay, Kelly and Fiona, listen, thank you and well done on your determination to move this forward. I will say, like my colleague Daniel has said, we've met with you already on this. The SDLP are behind integrated education. We believe in it passionately, and the SDLP's raison d'etre is about equality, is about reconciliation, is about bringing communities together in a new Ireland. So we're very passionate about moving forward in this matter. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Justin. Harry Harvey, MLA, please. Thanks.
Okay, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kelly and Fiona. And Kelly, can I just say I'm sorry for your recent close bereavement, and be assured that our thoughts and prayers will continue with you at this time.
Thank you.
Kelly, would you accept that the bill has the potential to severely limit or remove parental choice in the future?
Hi, I don't think so, because there is parental choice or parental preference. I know that's the new term that's used now, but when I look at it, I look at integrated education and I say, well, where's our parental choice? Because if you put down for your first preference, say moving from primary school to post-primary school for an integrated school, in our constituency in Strangford, for instance, Strangford College is oversubscribed. The nearest local integrated schools are Priory College and Lagan College, both oversubscribed now. So there isn't an option there, so parental preference isn't available. I know the chair in East Belfast, there is no integrated school in East Belfast, and I know the department had said that children can cross boundaries, but to be honest, when you cross the boundary and your nearest integrated school is also full, it doesn't give you a preference. So rather than taking away from parental preference, it will actually respond to the calls from those parents in all of those surveys that are saying that they would like their children educated together. And if we are all committed to parental preference, I support absolutely anyone's choice that if they want to send their child to a controlled or maintained or an integrated or an Irish medium, that they have the choice to do so. Now, it's not unfettered. We know that choice is not unfettered. But where we have parental preference, we should be striving to help those parents to have their request met.
Okay, thank you. Integration of young people in education settings occurs in many sectors outside of integrated sector. Integration happens naturally in many controlled sectors, for example, often in a far better way than many integrated schools. Do you think the bill acknowledges that?
The bill doesn't talk about any other sectors, Harry, but what I would say is that under the legislation, a school can only be legally defined as an integrated school if it has met the process requirements through the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989. So lots of schools do have super mixing happen, and they do have practices that are very welcome. I would love them to formally consider coming forward for transformation and add integrated as part of their who they are.
Yeah, but again, it's more than just numbers. It's also about the board, the makeup of the board, and the ethos of the school.
Yeah. So the board will have a mixture that reflects the mixture of children, and the staff will be the same. And that's all staff. So it's classroom assistants, it's those who work in cleaning, in the dining halls. All of those staff are reflective of the whole community.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Harry. Kelly, Fiona, thank you very much indeed. We have our next witnesses waiting as well here, and we want to make sure we get as much response to this bill as we possibly can to make sure committee stage is a constructive stage in relation to the bill. So thanks so much for your time today, and we look forward to working with you and staying in touch with you in relation to the committee stage of the bill you've proposed. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove the witnesses and add members back into the spotlight? Clark, do you need to summarise any actions at this stage, or is this slightly different to a normal session in that our actions will come slightly further down the line?
Our actions will be further down the line, Chair. I think there were some useful clarifications and teasing out of some of the details there with the bill sponsor. So that'll be useful for the session that we're about to move into.
That's great. Thank you, Clark. Okay, then. Sure. Robbie, sorry, you want to come in?
Yeah, just to make you aware, at 12:30 I'll have to drop off for another committee meeting, unfortunately. AERC is once a month, so I'll stay on for as long as I can, and then I'll have to go to another committee meeting.
They've underestimated your significance to our education committee. I'll be sure to advise them not to remove you from us in future, Rob. Thanks for notifying of that. Okay, agenda item 7 is the oral briefing by the Northern Ireland Council for Integrated Education on the proposed integrated education bill. Can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove members from the spotlight and to add our witnesses? Can I refer members to a note from the committee clerk at page 407 and a briefing paper from NICIE in tabled papers? Can I welcome Roisin Marshall, Chief Executive of NICIE, Maeve Marnell, Chair, NICIE, Lorna McAlpine, Senior Development Officer, NICIE, and Sean Pettis, Senior Development Officer at NICIE. You're very, very welcome, folks. We're looking forward to engaging with you today. Can I advise that you have up to 10 minutes for opening statement, and then I'll be glad to facilitate questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. The Northern Ireland Council for Integrated Education is the organisation tasked by the Department of Education as an arm's-length body with supporting and growing integrated education by providing advice to parents' groups and existing schools on the development and provision of integrated education. NICIE, which was established in 1987, is a charitable body limited by guarantee and funded by the Department of Education since 1989. The Department of Education has a duty to encourage and facilitate the development of integrated education under the Education Northern Ireland Order 1989. We have 35 years' experience in this field, facilitating the growth of integrated education from 700 pupils in 1987 to over 25,000 in 2021. Integrated education essentially means the education together of Protestant and Roman Catholic children in reasonable numbers in the one school. We want to outline the important contribution that integrated education has made over 40 years to peace building in Northern Ireland. NICIE believe that the Integrated Education Bill's aims could support the growth of integrated education to meet parental demand. Integrated schools in Northern Ireland are established either as new schools by parent groups with the help of NICIE and the Integrated Education Fund, or else through the transformation of an existing maintained or controlled school. They can either be set up as a grant-maintained school, a limited company, with the Board of Governors being the managing or employing authority, or as a controlled integrated school with the Education Authority as the managing employing authority. Now, there are 38 grant-maintained schools and 29 controlled integrated schools. So almost half of the integrated schools are managed by the Education Authority. NICIE is not a managing authority. Although we do represent grant-maintained integrated schools on the Teachers Negotiating Council and Area Planning, local management of schools and many other fora, we do that as we are the body tasked to do that by the Department of Education and the GMI schools. Integrated education should be promoted as another option in our education system. NICIE needs support from educational partners, from civic society and from faith organisations. Integrated education has been named as a model to be promoted in numerous strategic documents over the years, starting with the 1998 Good Friday Belfast Agreement, a shared future in the first triennial action plan 2006, the Stormont House Agreement 2014, and more recently the independent review of integrated education published on the 3rd of March 2017, just before the collapse of the Assembly. Paragraph 22, Chapter 2 of the Independent Review of Integrated Education talks about currently the duty to encourage and facilitate integrated education lies only with the Department of Education. This means there is no clear legal duty on any other key organisations. And the panel believes it's imperative that this is extended to the EA, which is the key operational arm of the education system and has a crucial role to play in supporting transforming schools. A PAR should be extended therefore also to all arm's-length bodies. Paragraph 23 states that the panel believes such a public, visible accountability would have significant benefits for the development of integrated education and help parents, communities and schools to realise integrated education as an option for them and their families. More recently, the New Decade New Approach Agreement talks about educating children together in one classroom. NICIE are asking members to consider this integrated education bill and the aspects of it that might be helpful to developing further the model of integrated education so that it is an accessible an option as grammar, of which there are 67 schools, Catholic maintained 432, controlled schools 532, and just over 68 integrated schools. That's about 7.3% of the population, and 6% of the number of schools in Northern Ireland. NICIE are very conscious that the Independent Review of Education may present yet another opportunity for integrated education to be available for more parents to access this type of school for their children and young people. However, implementation of the independent review of education may take considerable time, and in the meantime this bill offers an opportunity to identify, assess and meet the demand that is out there in communities. Integrated education is needed. Bigger question is why? Why promote integrated education? Northern Ireland, as we know, remains a very highly divided society in terms of culture and religion, politics and historical identities. Integrated education is a type of school that deliberately and intentionally strives for a cultural and religious mix in their student population, as well as a cultural and religious mix in staffing and board of governors. The ethos of the school, built on a quality framework of excellence in integrated education and underpinned by values of inclusivity, aims to reflect the diversity, promoting an anti-bias approach and inclusive practices. This in no way diminishes what other schools are trying to do to be inclusive of differences, but we believe it is important to ensure that parents are aware of the intentional mixing in staff, governors and students that integrated education promotes. We see value in adults, students and communities working together in the same school. Unless intentionally planned for, levels of mixing of those from perceived Catholic and Protestant backgrounds are low. It is important to note that there are 996 primary and post-primary schools in Northern Ireland, and of those only 143 reach a base criteria of 10% mixing, that is 10% Catholics in a controlled school and vice versa. If we remove the integrated education schools from that list, 83 other schools reach this fairly low criteria. Whilst natural mixing is very much to be applauded and welcomed, if this were the only mechanism to achieve mixing together of those from the two main communities, religiously and culturally, it may be a very long time before there would be substantial mixing between the two communities in the same school. NICIE believe that integrated education should be supported more to grow. It has taken 40 years to develop 68 integrated schools. Since 2012, it has taken the drafting of 58 development proposals by integrated schools, including transformations, to create almost 3,000 extra integrated places. Integrated education needs to be supported to identify, assess and meet parental demand. This means creating new places. To grow integrated education by 1%, approximately 3,500 new integrated places would have to be created per year, which for illustration purposes would be the equivalent to the opening of 2 large, either new or transforming post-primary schools and 5 to 6 average-sized new or transformed primary schools every year. The development of integrated schools is challenging in the context of rationalisation of the schools estate. NICIE contend that we need better ways to identify, assess and meet demand, working together as sectors through area planning. NICIE respond to requests from schools, parents and communities, and we would see this bill as enabling NICIE to move from a reactive to a more proactive identification and assessing of interest. NICIE are not a planning authority and would benefit from more support to plan for further development of integrated schools. There are some areas in Northern Ireland where at present no integrated education provision exists. Now, there are 3 routes to increase available integrated education places. You can either increase the available places within an existing school through a development proposal, you can transform an existing school, or you can work with a parent group to open a brand new school. And this will only proceed after the test for transformation does not generate a potential existing school deciding to transform. NICIE would like an integrated education bill that would help our society to genuinely assess and meet the demand for integrated education. The model of integrated education with a mix of Protestants and Catholics on the governing body and the staff and the pupils population is deliberate and intentional. The reasons for desire to do this over the last 40 years is very simple and very clear, that whilst children and adults are working and learning together all day, every day, relationships will grow, and so will the understanding of similarities and differences. The right for parents to have their children educated with those of other Christian faiths, other beliefs, cultures and communities is a valid aspiration in 2021. That is not to invalidate what all good schools do. That is just to say that this is an aspiration that seems quite reasonable. I see greatly value parental preference, and it is precisely that started integrated education, and it is that keeps it going and growing. This bill though would help to ensure there's greater accessibility for families for integrated education. Again, to reiterate, diversity and choice in our education system is welcome and valued. In the last few years, there have been 8 parental ballots in existing schools in Northern Ireland to transform to integrated status. NICIE and the IEF are working with 30 other schools interested in exploring transformation. Plans are well underway to establish a new grant-maintained integrated post-primary school in the Mid-Down area, and there's potential for a new controlled integrated school in the Coleraine area. This is an example of good collaborative working at area planning. NICIE would argue that the model for integrated education developed over the last 40 years is one that can be scaled up and planned for if there's a will and the resources to match that development. We would also no doubt that there will be new pathfinders that might emerge within and between sectors from this. Whilst NICIE can promote, encourage and facilitate integrated education, NICIE is open to the development of other models of sharing and integrating, with the common outcome or desired state being that children, young people and adults in school communities in Northern Ireland experience each other in a way that respects and embraces the identity and multiple identities in Northern Ireland. There are not enough schools, integrated schools, and not enough in the areas of highest demand, usually where demographics have changed over time to a more mixed community. Although the open enrolment process in Northern Ireland is framed within the concept of parental preference, NICIE would argue that there is no choice if parents do not have access to an integrated school in their area, or if the school is oversubscribed. NICIE require the support of the Integrated Education Fund and other funding streams to complement the Department of Education grant of $618,000 to carry out all of the functions required of it. NICIE employ 10.3 full-time equivalent staff members. NICIE believe that integrated education has made a positive contribution to the Northern Ireland educational landscape. The development continues and is necessary to enable an alternative educational experience in Northern Ireland. Integrated education is not the only way to creating a more shared society in Northern Ireland. However, as the last 40 years' growth has shown, it is possible. NICIE believe that the private members' bill will support further development. Despite the huge growth in integrated education over the last 40 years, it will require more than just the effort of parents and schools to encourage already existing schools to transform to integrated status. Scaling up that change would benefit from political, civic and faith-based support from across the whole society. This integrated education bill presents the best opportunity for integrated education to be a more accessible option for parents since the 1989 Education Northern Ireland Order. We would be very grateful if members would consider it. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Roisin. Can I go straight to members' questions to make sure we get as many in as possible? And I think we have about 4 minutes per member. Pat Sheehan, MLA, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Roisin, for that presentation. And I'll say again from the outset, I'm a supporter of the principle of integrated education without any doubt. However, what we're dealing with here is legislation, and we have a responsibility as legislators, all of us, irrespective of what party we belong to ensure that legislation that passes through this Assembly is good legislation. And that's probably the most important job that we have. And it's important that we robustly scrutinise the integrated education bill that's coming through at the moment. Now, you'll be aware that the departmental officials gave evidence to the committee a couple of weeks ago and gave a withering critique of this draft legislation. What are your own views on that? Could I ask you that first? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a view that the Department of Education are entirely, and it's entirely appropriate, as you said, as legislators and as policymakers, that they scrutinise the integrated education bill to the rigour of which they should. And so, you know, there are some other points that were well made, and I think, you know, that they would work with the sponsor of the bill to ensure that any amendments that needed to be made could be made. And I know the Department of Education said at their presentation last week that they'd be very happy to bring forward any suggested amendments that they would have.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose I wanted a general view of how you received that criticism from the department, the criticism towards the bill.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, the department are tasked with ensuring that any legislation that goes through is, it backs up any other legislation. So I would be, I'm very happy that they take time to do their due diligence around this bill. Absolutely.
Okay. Sure, certainly.
Yes, go ahead, Lawrence.
First of all, I want to declare an interest. I'm the day job for 24 years has been senior development officer in NICIE, but I'm also a councillor on Ours and North Down Alliance Party. But I suppose what I wanted to say to you here was that, I think any scrutiny and scrutiny due giving this bill is very welcome because it does exactly what you're saying. It produces better legislation. So we're not afraid of scrutiny. We think we have answers and we think we can talk it through. And we're very willing to talk to anybody, the proposer, the department, yourselves, just to say what did that mean and what does it mean to you? And we all know that legislation can be interpreted differently. And I think Kelly has made some of these points already about some of the titles of the clauses and so on have been maybe misconstrued or misunderstood. And I think that this is what this is about. It's about getting decent legislation. If I can say, I felt we've been led to the top of the hill on a few occasions with going back as far as 1998 and the Good Friday Agreement and then the Shared Future and so on. And we were sort of hoping that things would change for us. And even down as far as the independent review of integrated education and so on, the Fresh Start, all those things have maybe led us to a certain place, but we've never really got what we thought we could have done and moved on and increased the level of growth and so on. And so this is a very important piece of legislation, and I totally agree with Pat. It needs to be scrutinised to the point where there is less chance of things being misunderstood.
Okay, thanks for that. And just finally on that point, would you agree that the criticism from the department makes the passage of this bill much more difficult than was at first envisaged?
May I take that again? Sure. I don't think so, Pat, because I'm never afraid of somebody asking me a question. The question leads to a greater understanding, and I think that's what we're in a position of saying, well, we've understood this one way, and you've understood it another way, so that means maybe there needs to be clarity here, and I think that's what Kelly's been saying. She's happy enough to work on clarity. Is that
okay. Thanks for that. And we haven't got much time, and there are a number of areas in the bill which people do in different sectors find challenging. And the bill itself seeks to require specified education bodies to include provision for integrated education when developing, adopting, implementing or revising policy, strategies and plans, as well as when designing and delivering public services. Now, one of these bodies specified is CCMS, which has responsibility for the maintained sector. So how does it, for example, include all of that for... how could they carry out their statutory function for their own sector if they're also obliged to make provision for integrated education?
Yeah, well, and obviously CCMS are a planning authority like EA, and obviously they are tasked with ensuring the planning for Catholic education, and that's right and proper. Anything that may, in terms of integrated education, I mean, all of the arm's length bodies are required to show in their business plan how they are helping to encourage and facilitate integrated education and Irish medium education. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be too much more that they would consider if they need to any aspects of integrated education that have an impact on their sector. I don't think the spirit of the bill was asking them to lay down what they're tasked to do to then plan for integrated education. I think it would be where anything was crossed over or any aspects of integrated education that they needed to be involved in, which they are already in some of our development proposals.
So you don't see that as problematic, Roisin? You think it's straightforward?
Well, I'm sure it's problematic, Pat. I'm not a legislator, so absolutely, I would resist coming up with the answer to that one. But again, I think it's absolutely right and proper that the statutory authorities and the planning authorities and the organisations that are named in the bill work with the sponsor and ensure that anything they are concerned about and make sure that it's that it's something that they would be able to live with.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Robin Newton, MLA, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Roisin and indeed the other members who are around the table there today. I think I'm following on from the Deputy Chairs, and I think we've already pursued this with Kelly and her session. But there is and I have to say, I'll reiterate it to you as well as to Kelly, I am a supporter of integrated, in fact, I'm a practitioner of integrated education with my own family. And I do want to say in terms of, we have seen some excellent work in Northern Ireland over the last number of years, where schools are very much more today open than maybe 10 years ago they would have been to integrated education. And indeed, the school that my own children went to have a generational attitude of integrated education and approach and practice of integrated education. So clause 7 is a very concerning clause, and we've already been over this with Kelly. But again, I would be a supporter of parental choice, offering choice to parents, and the requirement for every new school to be integrated. And we're talking about within, quite strict budgets, quite strict circumstances at the moment. And it's a worrying thing if the bill was, certainly in its present format, went through. At the most basic level, it would be, I imagine, subject to legal challenge after legal challenge. And when you can't consider any other aspect, particularly religious demographics of an area, or available places to establish any other type of school, the requirement would really be to I think, impact upon any other proposal that may come forward for a new school from any of the other sectors. So one would be elevating the integrated sector above all other sectors. Can I ask you how you would feel about that, given our circumstances?
Robin,
go ahead.
Thanks very much for the question. I suppose that the starting point is our reading of that clause is similar to what Kelly has already described, in that although religious demographics of an area and the existence of spare places are not to be treated as special circumstances, the basic underpinning principle is still parental preference. So, in a sense, our reading of that particular clause is that it asks a different question. It suggests when a new school is open that the opening question is, this is going to be an integrated school, is that okay with you? And the community response might be, yes it is, or it might be, no it's not. And it's up for planning authorities to do really good and detailed community consultation to establish that. This isn't actually a particularly new idea. Going back to the Shared Future, the first action plan there had a kind of presumption clause that shared solutions should also be a focus. So, as Roisin mentioned, integrated education was built on parental choice, and we're not going to deny other parents their choice either. That wouldn't be right. So, our reading of this is that whatever happens, parental choice will still be the most important aspect of what school is set up in an area.
Last question, Robin, thanks.
Yeah, can I just, in terms of parental choice then, and I could be subject to error on what I say here, but my belief is that in the most recent transfer situation, 85% of children got their first preference of school. So whatever way parents are seeking whatever education, 85% of our children actually got into their first preference school.
Yeah, so I suppose and I'll ask maybe a colleague to come in on this question, but one of the challenges is you can't put a preference down for a school that doesn't exist. So parental preference, measuring the preferred school that a child's going to go to is one way of measuring parental preference, but it is only one way. If there's no integrated option, then it isn't possible. Do you want to add that?
Yeah, the other thing to think about, Robin, is that the TBUC report to building a united community thing, that came up with a figure only 3 years ago that said that 20% of the children who applied to their undergraduate college didn't get in, just wasn't placed for them. So, and I think that's going up. I think it's maybe up about 23-24% now. So, there's a worry for us, and we would be looking at the like of Lagan at the minute, with sitting with between 400 and 500 applications every year, first preference applications every year for 200 places, and saying, gosh, you're going to have to do something about that. So, and I guess it's one, 3 or 4 colleges that would come up as the most oversubscribed in Northern Ireland, maybe 3 and 4 years on the trot. Last year, with the situation over the COVID and the grammar and the transfer thing, changed that slightly. But definitely we would see we have to do something about some of those schools that are very oversubscribed, where children are not getting in to their first preference. Does that make sense? So how we're seeing that in the reverse? Yes, people do get their choice, but then you've got, the like of Lagan would be saying, they turn away families time after time, and they're mortified by it because they have more than twice what would fill the school. And that's not right. And there are other schools, not just as bad, but similarly in situations where they're turning away families who really want a good education.
Carol?
Was that me, Chair?
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, if you want a quick final closing comment, Robin, apologies that I'm trying to bring everyone in.
No, just very quickly, Chair, can I maybe get the reaction? I mean, if I'm sitting in a sector other than integrated education, how do you think I would feel about this bill going through?
It's up to them.
I suppose ultimately, and I think I tried to make that clear, there are almost 1,000 schools in Northern Ireland that already exist. I think this bill is reflecting schools who don't actually either exist and may transform, or brand new schools, and that's what this bill is reflecting. So we don't see this as having any negative impact on schools that already exist. We're doing a fantastic job out there across all the sectors. This is, I suppose we see this as an opportunity for integrated education to grow and develop from the very small sector that it is at the moment, and through the different processes. But also, Robin, I think there is an opportunity for new things to emerge, and we're always very willing at area planning to look at the possibility, as the Minister says, of new creative and innovative ideas. And that's what this is all about. But there is no intention to deny anybody the choice of education as laid down in legislation before this. So we don't see that it is a huge threat to anyone else's preference.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Daniel McCrossan, MLA, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to you all for your presentation and for being with us and taking questions so far. I'll just go straight to it. It's good to meet with you recently as well. We've had a very open and honest discussion about where things are at. Can I ask, in light of what has been said at today's committee, is there any aspect of this private member's bill that you would amend if you had the chance? And if so, why?
I would certainly, I think I said to Pat earlier, we are not legislators, and sometimes some of the language, and as we know, with all of the debate around it, can be very confusing. I do take some of the points, and I know that we've already spoken to Kelly, and would be happy to work with her. And there are obviously some areas of this bill that would need amended. But what those would be, I wouldn't want to take the chance of being wrong or saying the wrong thing. Certainly there are a number of issues that people and other sectors have with it, and I think, again, to reiterate, the due diligence that everyone would have to do, and I know from listening to Kelly this morning that she's very willing to consider making amendments that would help with the understanding and help, obviously, with the legislation, because, as we know, legislation is legislation, and therefore once it's written, it can't be changed. So important to take the time now to do that.
I don't think there's any risk of you being wrong, particularly given the ease that's around the table, and also about the experiences that you have had. I think that this is about shaping good legislation to get an outcome that is positive for integrated education and in turn our children. And I think the best way of shaping that is with honest and open discussions about how we critique this to make it workable and ultimately implementable or acceptable to the Assembly. So I understand. I just was interested to see, because I know that in speaking with many others, there are various wee things that they've suggested in terms of amendments, but I'll not put you on the spot any further.
Just to say that I think Kelly's already said that by the meaning of promotion, that clause 5, that promotion title is maybe not reflective of what's within the clause itself, and it's more about assessing meeting need or parental preference and so on. So I think that one itself could probably be amended. There's others maybe that if people have picked up, a different interpretation on, and maybe it just needs clarity of the wording that we would be picked out as well. I think even, I think some mentioned people, clause 7, does that mean new schools or does it mean amalgamated schools as well? I mean, if we go back as far as what my colleague Sean was saying about the shared future triennial action plan, it was talking about amalgamated schools as well, looking at shared, saying is for anything that is going to be built from scratch or from an amalgamation, was there a possibility of looking down? Could this possibly be an integrated or a shared option? That's the sort of thing. It's just clarity that's needed there. I think there's, and 2 or 3 places people have picked up a different view from us. I think there's clarity needed.
You just literally, it's almost as though you read the note in front of me, because I was about to ask about the clarification that was needed specifically around amalgamations, because it's been excluded at present, and what does it mean for them, but also obviously new builds. But you've touched on it in terms of the need for clarification around that. So appreciate that. We've been told that the integrated schools deliver the curriculum on an all ability and inclusive basis to all their pupils. Is this true of all integrated schools, and are there not some that use an element of academic selection in their admissions criteria?
So yes, as we often talk about in integrated education, that it is about the mix of religion and culture. It's also about the socioeconomic mix and also about the all-ability nature of integrated schools. And we would have some schools, particularly at post-primary level, and particularly in the context of what we have in terms of our offer here in Northern Ireland for post-primary level, in order sometimes for a school to truly reflect the all-ability nature that is from the normal distributive curve, if you like. So ensuring that they attract some pupils of high academic ability and so on. There are some schools that would have what we call part selection, and that has worked very well in terms of their ability to provide that all ability nature of the school, and there are various forms within that, but that it is not that there's no integrated school that only uses selection as the single way point of entry.
And just to provide some clarity on that, roughly speaking, of entries into year 8 in post-primary colleges, you're talking about 5% of those places through some form of academic selection. So it's a very, very small percentage of intake.
Lagan College, to name one. Would the new bill, if enacted, have the potential to remove this choice from integrated schools in future then?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would this new bill, if passed, have the potential to remove this choice from integrated schools in future?
I wouldn't have thought so, because 1D talks of those of different abilities, so I don't know that it would necessarily have removed that. As Roisin's saying, I mean, I've been talking to schools about this, and they're saying that, that it's very helpful because, they're able to offer a very broad curriculum, and so children of differing abilities within a family can be accommodated, so children can come to school together and not be separated into different schools within a family, and it actually builds community very strongly. So there's something to be said for it. I mean, it's a reaction perhaps to something that, if you talk to many principals, they're not in favour of selection in our sector, but they are, they are what I want to call pragmatists. They know that that selection's still there and features very largely on the agenda in education. But I think, to go back to your point, I think 1C, those of different abilities, probably would cover that, I imagine.
That's time there, Daniel. If you want to make a closing remark before I bring in Diane, I think it is.
Well, thank you very much for taking questions. I just have one very brief point, and that is in relation to NICIE's vision of a society where children are educated together. And I emphasise that when a small group of parents from both sides of the divide and NI came together, the idea was to educate children together regardless of religion. And we had this conversation just last week. Isn't that less likely to happen if a reference to Catholic and Protestant is removed as the bill goes forward?
Still there.
Yeah. Are you saying if it was removed, Daniel? Because it is there.
It's been removed. In the bill, there's a suggestion of removing that. We've already had this conversation with Kelly as well, and puts a particular focus on other. But it's the whole point of integrated education on our land at the time was to bring both communities together. Now, obviously, this place has changed massively and for the good. But I'm just concerned that the core emphasis of integrated education was about bringing Catholic and Protestants together and removing those barriers in our society that have kept this place so divided for so long.
Daniel, I'm confused. I'm still seeing it in 1A that reasonable numbers of both Protestant and Roman Catholic children or other parents. I'm still seeing that there as a meaning. Now, maybe I've read it wrong,
It was further through the bill. I know that Kelly and I had conversations about it. Yeah. We've expressed concerns about it, but it definitely does remove references to it.
I think what you're saying about the 89 order, it changes the 89 order to give that broader definition, which includes children from other backgrounds.
Yeah.
It's still not there in the 1A.
For the avoidance of any doubt, it doesn't remove it. Okay. Okay, let's move on then. Down Dodds, MLA. Thanks, Daniel. Cheers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who's contributed so far. It's been a long morning, so I'm not going to detain anyone in relation to this. I mean, I have outlined my issues around some of the parts of the bill to Kelly. I've met with her privately, I've met with her in public session, etc., and of course we will work to see what can be done with the bill. I mean, I think I'm not going to beat about the bush. I think that there are issues around the promotion of the bill. I mean, the clue, of course, is in the title. It's about integrated education. But I think that it does. I am for choice in education. As I said before this morning, I was educated at a school where people from both sections of the community were there. My children were educated at the same school. I think that that's really important as we progress in Northern Ireland. But the presumption of this is to promote integrated education ahead of other sectors, and I'm worried that this will not leave a level playing field across the other sectors. So that's point number one. And I think that there are issues around Clause 7. I think there are issues around Clause 5.1, which is actually placing on a statutory footing that we have to aim to increase demand for provision of integrated education. So it's not just, it's the ideology of integrated education. And as I said in my remarks in the other section, I believe that children are educated together in other sectors within the broader education sphere. So I just want to leave that there with you. Is there anything that you see that can be done around Clause 7.1 and Clause 5A and even Clause 8D, which would improve this bill?
I suppose just to begin on Clause 7.1, I mean, largely I'd be repeating my response to Mr. Newton, which was our reading of this is that it's an assumption of an integrated school in the first instance. If that is not what parents want, then that's not what will happen. But for us, making that first choice and then having the conversation at a community level which says, this is what we want, or no, we want something else, we want Catholic medium, we want a control, we want an Irish medium, whatever that may be, is absolutely appropriate. So the bottom line is it will still come down to parental choice. That's our...
Back in there just so that we tease this out a little bit further. So you're saying that it's a presumption, but it's more than a presumption. This is law. We're actually making law. Well, so it's not a presumption, it's a presumption in law. We're making law that says the department must first consider that this new school would be an integrated school. So it places that in law ahead of other sectors in education.
Diane, sorry if I can just come in there. It is a rebuttable presumption, and it does state that it is a rebuttable presumption. But as has been raised a few times now, there does need to be clarity about what the special circumstances are. We would accept that.
I think Clause 7 will remain problematic. As we get into this further, I think that Clause 7 will remain problematic.
I suppose, as I say, Diane, I've been around this a long time, and we looked at the triennial action plan, which talked about if you're doing amalgamations, if you're doing a new school, look at the idea of what you can do by way of shared or other options before you start to think going down into particular sectors. And we don't see it as being significantly different from that. Now, I don't know whether, and I know that when people are going out to look at rationalisation, they will go through the different options to a certain extent with each of the schools as to what they might do when they're talking about rationalising schools. This is about saying, maybe again, our interpretation of it is about saying, this is put integration on the agenda when you're looking at new schools, put integration on the agenda when you're looking at amalgamations, put shared or whatever on the agenda when you're looking at a certain, not just don't do more of what obviously. That's
not what the bill says. That's not what the bill says. The bill says that the statutory in-law duty of the department would be to presume that this would be an integrated school. That's not what the bill says.
I suppose what I'm saying is I'm going, as an area planning person, I'm going back to the Minister's statement and Michelle McElveen's statement on the 9th of September, or 9th of August, where she talked about bring forward shared solutions, bring forward creative, innovative solutions, bring forward, and support the growth of integrated education, support the growth of Irish medium, and maybe the clarity that we're looking for is somewhere between all those things. Is that? I mean, I'm not the legislator and I'm not the proposer. I'm just saying there's things that need to be considered around that gets clarity out of this, if that makes sense.
I am absolutely all for innovative solutions, and I mean, I do think that the way forward for Northern Ireland is for children to be educated together. But there are two issues. That's not what the bill says. And secondly, there is the issue of parental choice. And if almost about 90%, I think Robin quoted, of parents got their first choice of school, that's clearly parents' choices is really, really important, and is important as we look at the legislation going forward. I'm just saying we need to be careful. An interpretation is one thing, but what the actual statutory, the legal duty will be is an entirely different thing.
Okay. Need to keep this moving, Diane. Okay, to close?
Yeah, well, can anybody come back to me on clause 5A and clause 8D?
For me, I mean, I'm the area planner, and my job is often to say, oh, we think that we need more, as we mentioned there about lagging in a previous answer, it's sitting with between 2 and 2.5 times more applications than it can accommodate. I see that as trying to get to the point where 5A is helping us to do that. I mean, I'm the one who identifies that. It's not EA as the planning authority or CCMS as the planning authority. I'm doing that for us, and without, shall we say, the authority. I'm doing it on behalf of the GMI schools, saying I think we could do with some help here. And I think that would be supportive of what we're trying to do, which is to meet that need. I refer to what we said earlier on about the TPOC report saying 20% of children who apply for a post-primary place don't get it, and it's gone up to about 24%. So, and I take your point about their first choice, but maybe their first choice might be for an integrated school, but the integrated school wasn't there. Do you see, or it was an unrealistic proposition, because a number of people are telling us we don't bother applying for X or Y integrated school because there's no point in putting it down because we won't get in. And we're trying to deal with that preference and hopefully deal that forward. So I think that 5A is about trying to say, look at the growth that there is, look at the potential there is, and see what we can do. I mean, that's what I think. And 5B again is about is helpful around that area too. Is that helping, Diane? Maybe I've got it. Maybe I'm not seeing what your problem is.
I'm just concerned that we're not using facts to meet an identified need, but we're placing an onus on the department in law to do something that may or may not be an issue, or may or not be a demand from parents. Look, I'm sure we'll take this up again.
I do think your point is well made, Diane. But I think what we're trying to say is that there is no one really assessing and identifying the real demand out there. NICIE are an organisation that usually react to people coming to us, or if there's a group of parents, or if there's, through the Integrate My School website, there's parents registering and so on. That's what we do, but we're talking a much more strategic, and that's why it has to come from the top. It has to be something that is tasked by DE, and they delegate it to others or whatever, that's totally fine. But I think that's the point we're trying to make, is no one is assessing the actual demand.
Okay. Can I just add one last thing? I mean, I wish you well. I mean, I genuinely do. I know many people who have gone to Lygon College and been through it, and who teach there even. And it is a really good school. But I'm just, some of 5A and B, I think, which is bigger picture stuff, could be dealt with in the review of education, and probably sits more appropriately in the review of education.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Thank you. Can I bring in Nicola Brogan, MLA, please? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, and hello everybody. It's nice to see you all here today. I suppose just following on from Diane's question there, and from my discussions with Kelly Armstrong earlier, I think Clause 7 is going to be problematic. I think every MLA has raised it here today. And I suppose maybe it's just about opening that discussion about exactly what it means. Kelly did say that in her interpretation now of a new school is literally just a new school, not amalgamations. But that needs to be clarified and stated clearly. As Diane said there, this is law, so we need to be very careful with. It's our job to scrutinise this, because if it's going to become law, we need to make sure that it's we've seen the detail and we understand the detail and we know the implications of it. So on that same thread, can you as an organisation give me any idea of what you think special circumstances should be when a new school isn't presumed to be an integrated school? So in the bill there, we've got 2 examples of what isn't to be accepted as special circumstance, but can you tell me what you think should be accepted as special circumstances?
I mean, I think first and foremost, parental choice in a community, in an area, would be the main area. So if people in a community, parents in the community are saying this is what we want, and brilliant. If they're saying it's not what we want and we want something else, that's fine. So for us, that's the kind of paramountcy.
Special schools, possibly special schools.
Yeah, and of course special schools which have a different criteria for entry altogether would also be another.
I think it's probably important to say, Nicola, that we are in a context of rationalisation of the school estate. We know that there are too many schools, so. And I know somebody said earlier, we're having to future-proof this and think about the future. And if there's an increase in numbers, then perhaps we'll need more brand new schools. But at the minute, we're not talking about, there are schools that exist at the minute. This is not going to impact on them. This is only future-proofing. This is looking at, in the future, what does the community want, or what does, the geographical area? And this is all part of the area planning conversations. And it will be, that there are a range of options. And I guess rather than at the minute, because at the minute, to bring forward a new integrated school, we have to have, we have to make the point and the case for wanting a new integrated school. This would turn it slightly on its head, as Kelly said earlier, that you would have to, if you wanted a different type of school, then you'd have to bring forward the case for change for that. And so it's a slightly different emphasis, but this in no way would negate parental preference, as Sean said. It's up to the community, the type of education, but it is for brand new schools in the future.
Well, again, I think we need even clarity around what special circumstances are. They're good examples, but we need to have that there actually defined. And again, in your point, Roisin, I take your point there with the struggles of integrated schools without this type of help. But as I said to Kelly, you can't just work off the assumption that new schools aren't going to be built, so it's not really going to affect that much. So we need to be very careful of that, The other point I wanted to bring up, it's already been discussed at length too, is about the promotion of integrated education and that statutory duty on the department to promote it. First of all, do you understand how other sectors would be concerned by that there? I'm thinking specifically, it's just been mentioned this morning again about the Irish medium sector. And then do you agree that Kelly has actually, in the last briefing there, she had said, she'd be willing to change the wording. Lorna, you've mentioned it in this briefing as well, changing the wording from promotion. So would you be happy would NICIE be happy with changing that word from promote?
I think we'd obviously have to look at what it might be to get closest to the meaning, really. I think that's maybe the issue. To me, it's more about assessing parental preference and meeting parental preference. The two clauses, or two sub-clauses, are more about that now. I'm no legislator, but that's where I think maybe the confusion has come. That promote, generally for some people, means something about I don't know, marketing or something like that, whereas this is more about saying, well, what do people want and how can we meet it? To me,
My understanding that it is elevated above all other sectors, though, which is beyond marketing or advertising. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, we were talking about this before and saying, we work very closely with our Irish medium colleagues. I think that's maybe what you're alluding to. And, there's a possibility that this bill could become a model for what they might want to do. I don't know. It's just a question of that. Or it may be that this bill is amendable to include you've talked there about, the new school thing. Would it be a question where, going back to what Sean was saying about parental preference, that parental preference was expressed in this particular area for an Irish medium school? Is that one? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a legislator. I don't know what the implications of that would be, but is that a possibility for that? I mean, I'm throwing out possibilities. I'm not saying, this is what I think should be done. The other thing is, I don't know if you're aware, we're working with, and have tried to go this for an integrated Irish medium sector. It's not the be all and end all and never work everywhere, but it's what we're trying to say, and I think that's what also the Minister was trying to say, Michelle McElveen was saying, let's look about new ideas here, because we've been trying to rationalise the provision and by rationalise the provision, giving children better opportunities, giving them the best start in life. Then we have to look at this differently. We have to look at life differently. And I understand that your role is to give legislation, but at the same time, the legislation is an enabler for new things to be brought forward. Does that make sense? And for new thinking as well, and saying, let's look at other opportunities here. What else could we do in the particular area? And what then, go back to Sean's point about, would you use community audit, or would you use community conversations that the Ulster University, as it comes and now, have brought forward? Is it possible to use those things to identify what a community really wants, and then that brings you into the parental preference, and the parental preference may be for an Irish medium, an integrated, and certainly we would not be standing in the way of any specialist provision that any community would need.
Okay.
Lorna, I appreciate your views there, and I understand your point of bringing in everyone's views and opinions and coming to a decision together, right? But this is kind of moved beyond that. We have a bill in front of us which you're asking us to support, and I'm asking you, are you willing to make these changes? Because otherwise it's going to be put into legislation the way you're asking us to support it. So I think it goes beyond just having ideas and open around it.
I don't know, maybe there's a way of putting, the same way as the shared future stuff was talking about, that it would be beholden on whoever the proposer was to demonstrate that they had considered other options before they brought something forward. Does that make sense?
But I think my point is that needs to be clear within the bill.
And I think again,
that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nicola. But it is between the proposer and everybody else. This is not a NICIE's bill. This is
I understand that, but I just want to get your viewpoints on it. Really, you're a contributor to or scrutinising of the bill. So it's important to get your viewpoint on it. I know the chair is looking me to be swift here, but my last point just is about the independent review into education. And again, I'm not sure about the timing of the bill right now, if we should be waiting, just because the panel has just been announced, should we be waiting on the findings of that review before making any massive changes like this here? But I'll leave that there. Thanks so much for your time, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Nicola. Can I bring in Justin McNulty, MLA, please?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, folks. Back to a point which was raised earlier, guys, you tell us that NICIE's vision is of a society where children are educated together, and emphasise that when a small group of parents from both sides of the divide in the north come together, the idea was to educate children together regardless of religion. Is this not less likely to happen if the reference to Catholic and Protestant is removed, as this bill does?
That's the second time that's been mentioned, Justin. I have no knowledge of that reference being removed from the bill.
No, it's definitely still in 1A. If you look at 1A, it's definitely still there.
Clause 12, just check Clause 12 and read that.
Yeah, Clause 12 is about taking about the narrower definition out of the 89 order, whereas it's still present in 1A, and the broader definition is in 1A. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, just mine. That's correct. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Clause 12 is added to the 89 order, Article 64, whereas the reasonable numbers of Protestant and Catholic children is still in this bill under Section 1A. So we're content that it's there and it features and it's still important.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, guys. Are parents generally aware that the Department of Education believes this bill changes the definition of integrated education substantially?
Are who aware? Our parents? I'm not sure we could answer the question as to, that would require a considerable bit of survey work. I mean, our look at the definition as it is in here, it actually largely takes elements of what we call the NICIE Statement of Principles that have existed since about 1991 and actually give them a statutory footing. So, the idea of, socioeconomic deprivation being important, the idea of those of different abilities are already principles that integrated education adhere to. The 1989, where it was just very minimalist in its definition, it just says that is to say the education together at school of Protestant and Roman Catholic children, something like that. This expands on that, but they're principles that have really been there for a substantial period of time.
The other thing, Justin, is that I remember working with a Muslim group at one point, and they were saying that legislation of yours doesn't acknowledge that there are people from other religious backgrounds and faiths and none. And I said, yeah, that's because at that time the problem we were trying to solve with integrated education was about Catholics and Protestants and the conflict between and coming up with a post-reconciliation society. And this in some ways gives recognition to the fact that there's increasing diversity. There are people from other religious backgrounds, and there are more and more people choosing to designate as other. And I mean, my mantra has been for many years, others don't count as far as the legislation is concerned. And that's not fair, and it's not right. And it kind of makes them, as a lot of maybe would have talked about, children of a lesser God because they don't believe in one or they come from a different background. This definition is kind of been trying, I think, to update it to the change that's happened in Northern Ireland, thankfully, over a period of time where people from different backgrounds have come in and maybe people have decided they don't want to be labelled as one or the other. And we know there's issues between the Northern Ireland census, the NICIE census, and the school census, which happened this week actually in the schools. And what is the definition of other? Another is different between one, the Northern Ireland census and the school census, where other Christians are counted in as other in schools, and yet they're not. They're counted as in a different way within the census. They're counted into Protestant generally. So you're opening something which is, I think Kelly's trying to be more, shall we say, reflective of the changing population within Northern Ireland by broadening it out a bit. But as far as I'm reading it, I hope I'm right, there's nothing there that takes away from the Protestant and Catholic thing, the children, reasonable numbers of Protestant and Catholic. But it is more encompassing because it's taking in the others and none, as we would talked about, as John said, about the statement principles.
Okay, right. Listen, I'm a big believer in diversity, and I think our society is enriched through greater diversity. It's clear that there are geographical areas where significant numbers of children do not get into the integrated school of their first choice, and this is particularly true in the post-primary sector. Do you have any data on how many of these children subsequently do not get into an integrated school at all?
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to follow, but I have been following it for Lagan, and yes, we have data about where the children sent from Lagan, who applied to Lagan, ended up. And that might not have been their first or their second, but about 40% of them go on to achieve places within other integrated schools. Now, don't quote me on the numbers, but it's around about that number. But the problem with that is, those schools that they were trying to get into are also oversubscribed. So that's an issue, and if I think about the areas that I'm looking at the moment, Lagan's oversubscribed, and Hazelwood on the North Shore is oversubscribed, and Ulidia further around in Carrickfergus is oversubscribed. So we're trying, if you think about it and going the other way, Priory's oversubscribed in Hollywood, and Strangford's oversubscribed. So, the point is that they're trying to get into an oversubscribed post-primary school, and the other schools beside them are oversubscribed. Do they get in? And I don't think that that's the case. That I don't think you can say, they weren't interested because they didn't follow through. It's just where they could get a place in the end, if that makes sense, because those half a dozen schools I mentioned to you are all oversubscribed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, how does that compare? How do the numbers compare with the children who do not get into the school of their first choice in any other sector?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't know. I need to go into that in a big way, Justin, to find that one out. It's a tricky thing. It's actually quite hard to follow through because you're following through individual children, and obviously, the sharing, no one shares that sort of data about individual children. We then have to go back and try and get what would be a cumulative thing rather than an individual thing. It's quite a tricky thing to follow, Liz.
Where has Donegal gone?
Where is
Donegal?
Donegal. In what sense, not just...
Look at the map behind you there. Any particular reason why Donegal has been cut out?
Oh, well done.
That's our challenge for today.
Any particular reason why Donegal has been cut out?
We get in Donegal.
Brilliant, well spotted.
Well spotted indeed.
On a serious note, is there any particular reason why Donegal has been cut out?
No, I think there was something else there. It was a fire safety notice or something like that there. I think that's what it was.
Given that we haven't been in the office, Justine, for about 18 months, it's all been forgotten about it. There were cobwebs as we were walking in.
Justin, we go on a big cream buns. For goodness sake, I was standing there as was wondering was going to be able to get into the suit this morning, never mind anything else.
Well, I'm going to lead a campaign to bring back Donegal. Reinstated.
I'll you there.
Okay, thanks, Justin. Harry Harvey, MLA, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you, Roisin and team. I want to go back to basics here, if you don't mind. And I'm just wondering, we talked about growth, and this past 40 years, 68 schools. And I'm just wondering, how do you, will you use a word target an area, or do you sense the need in a certain area? Does it come from parental requests, area plan, or political recommendations? I'm just wondering how the seed is actually sown. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lorna.
Yeah, just Harry, rather. I'm the area planner, as they would say, and my job over 20 odd years has been to lift the phone when somebody said, "Do you know that only siblings got into Lockview this year?" And that was the start of millennium. So it came from a parental inquiry in that case. And, saying, we and the same with, we might have got, for example, Spires was a primary school that we got in Matterfeld, and then by the time they ever get into this age where they were saying, we would need to get a post-primary going here, so then, that's, and mostly it's about parental inquiry saying, we would like, and because we were able to respond to that as opposed to go out there and engender interest as such, and that brings us into the whole thing of what does promote me, but but this is about generally it's been somebody rang up and said, I would like an integrated school for my child in this area, and we would say, right, okay. And we would maybe get, do you have any other friends that were interested in that? Yeah, okay, a few more friends. And then we might have then held a public meeting, which we would have got generally someone from the charitable sector to support that public meeting, because we weren't able to use the money for that. And then we would have said, right, okay, public meeting. And then the next thing we would do, Harry, is test for transformation. So if we got a wee group together that were interested in that, the first thing they would have to do is write out with a letter to the schools in the area. We got a list from the department to say, would any of you be interested in transformation, transforming from existing schools to integrated status? If no one's interested, then we would go ahead to try and see, okay, right, is there interest in the area, and how would we gather that? And the department has accepted what are known as expression of interest forms from us, from the group and so on, where we would gather up expression of interest from different parents about their children that they would like integrated school within their area, and that's how that starts as such. Have we done it very, the only one we've done recently like that would be Mid-Down, but I've done it, I don't want to count how many times I've done it over the years, but it's been significant. But that's how it starts, generally with a phone call. And the other thing is, in the case of an existing school transforming, again, that would be a phone call from the principal, or in the case of the Integrate My School project, it might have come through parents. That's the IEF run that project, but generally it's a phone call.
Yeah, and Harry, it's an excellent point, and I'd just like to point out, this is what this integrated education bill, this will be a game changer in the sense of that it won't be about Lorna getting a phone call, or me getting a phone call, or meeting somebody in the shop. It'll be a strategic look at how you identify and assess what people want in terms of our education provision. And I don't think there'll be anybody that would be against that, because it is important. And back to parental preference, you could only make a parental preference for schools that exist. You cannot make a preference for a school that doesn't exist or might be in the future. And what we're trying to say is, and it isn't about elevating, integrated education over other. It is saying we sense and we know, and everybody, including yourself, say, we agree with educating children together. What we've got to do is strategically assess and identify and meet that demand. And I guess that's what this bill is doing, as opposed to what we do day and daily. Thank you.
And then,
excellent answer. Both of you, appreciate that. Identify and assess, very good words. If you wouldn't mind continuing on, every school or any at present could transform if they so wished, whether parents or teachers influence to proceed in that direction if they so wished. I'm just wondering how many schools at present would have requests in to transform, or even this past lot of years, say even your full 40 years, how many have transformed? So 2 questions: how many are interested at present, and how many have actually transformed over the years? Just to give us an idea. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No, good question, Harry. So we have 29 schools that have transformed to date from an existing school. And in the last 3 to 4 years, we have had 8 schools that have gone forward to parental ballot. So once a school board of governors decide that they will that they want to move to a parental ballot, to ask again, it's a democratic process, they will ask their parental body if they would like to transform to integrated status. And in all 8 cases, we had a majority of parents who wanted to transform to integrated status. Now, out of those, there have been 4 schools that transformed just there on the 1st of September. A further 2 that were not approved, and a further 2 we're waiting to hear from. But important to say that we are working at the minute with about 30 schools, along with the Integrated Education Fund, on schools who are different stages of exploration of transformation. So there is a demand. That's what we're saying.
Mm-hmm. Excellent answers. Appreciate that, Roisin. Good information for all. And thank you all very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks very much indeed to all our witnesses. Really, really good conversations there, and I can see hopefully some ways through some of the issues starting to emerge. So really appreciate it. Sorry we're so short for time, but look forward to staying in contact with you as the committee stage of the bill progresses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove witnesses from Spotlight and to add members back in and keep them there until the end of the meeting? Clark, do you have any actions we need to note, or safe to move to correspondence?
I think it's safe to move to correspondence, Chair. I think it's worth maybe writing to the sponsor and just noting the issues of clarification that the committee was having most of a tricky time with this morning, just so that Kelly's aware of that. Yeah.
Chair, could I come in a moment?
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's just, and I understand people who aren't involved in legislation may misunderstand or may misinterpret some of the terms, but in terms of legislation, there's nothing stronger than the word must, and in that clause 7, it says when planning for the establishment of a new school, education bodies must apply a presumption. There's no room for manoeuvre in that, as far as I understand legislation. Maybe Avon could throw some further light on that.
I think we said as well we'd maybe get a session with some legal advice around the legal standing and some of the terminology as well, Pat, but happy to bring the clerk in there to respond.
Yeah, shall or must are just traditionally used to create a duty. There's been a decision to select that wording so that the department will then take seriously the undertaking that is being asked of it.
Might also be useful to bottom out with some legal advice what presume means as well, Pat. But yeah, like I said, I think we're getting to the nub of some of these key issues and how you would adjust them if necessary. But I think legal advice on the status of some of that terminology could be useful. I agree with you. Anything else, members? No.
Chair, I mean, if we weren't happy with that, the wording there, as Pat saying, I mean, could we remove that word must or shall?
Entirely. This, I suppose, just worth framing that obviously the committee stage is about scrutinising, interrogating, discussing the contents of the bill with a view to taking a decision whether or not you bring forward specific amendments. So, I suppose we could hope, but it is unlikely that in a specific session that you're going to come up with the specifics of what those changes, adjustments, and amendments might look like. So there's no distress in not concluding those in each individual session that you're drawing those issues out on. So yes, there is time, and obviously we secured that extension to the committee stage to the 24th of November as well. So entirely plausible, Harry, that people can bring forward amendments to text of the bill.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Pat.
So, sorry, Chair, I have a meeting at 2 o'clock. I need to leave the committee now.
Okay, thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
No other member comments on those evidence sessions? Content to move to correspondence?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, members, agenda item 8 is correspondence. At page 408, there are 8 items of correspondence and a summary note at page 409. Clark, do you want to speak to the correspondence, please?
I will indeed. Sorry, bear with me a second.
While you're checking that, Aileen, just remind members to maybe mute their devices as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Where has it gone? Oh, sorry, I've just gone into the wrong brief. Beg your pardon. Tomorrow, actually, just as a reminder, everyone, the meeting is a formal meeting of the committee, so we will require quorum to hear from the Integrated Education Fund on the committee stage of the Integrated Education Bill, and that's at 9. So, correspondence.
Just on that, Chair, in advance, and Claire, I will be unable to attend that meeting tomorrow. Just doesn't work for me, unfortunately.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay.
Sure. Sorry, Evan, could I come in there as well to offer apologies? I have an appointment in the morning, so I won't be able to be there either. Sorry.
And Chair, and Evan, as well, I have DAERA committee, so it'll be impossible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Okay. Members, in the correspondence, you're on page 408, we've got 8 items, and there's a summary note at page 409. Item 8.2 at page 411 is a response from the department to the committee's request for the Permanent Secretary to brief it on issues of governance at GTC-NI. The department indicates that due to ongoing independence effectiveness review of the council and committees of GTC, the witnesses will be unable to give an update before January 2022. Now, some of that has to do with clearance of the findings and recommendations of the report with everyone concerned, because there may be findings of fact or disciplinary matters in there. But members, have you got any views on that reply?
I wish to come in on that GTC and I related correspondence. Davey, when does the independent effectiveness review close?
So it was to report to the minister at the end of the summer, and then the letter outlines that before the permanent secretary could give a final brief on that to the committee, there are various other stages at official level that the department would go through.
I think 8th of November is being cited as unlikely to receive a final draft report for consideration and acceptance prior to the 8th of November. I appreciate the importance of the independent effectiveness review to updates maybe we could ask if they're receiving the final report on the 8th of November, why they would be unable to come to us before January. I accept that they maybe can't do much in advance of the 8th of November, but January feels like a stretch.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Great. Okay. So the at page item 8.7 at page 433 is a copy of correspondence from Councillor Kate Nicholl, the Lord Mayor of Belfast, to the Minister, and that's regarding concerns around the lack of structured education provision for young refugee and asylum seekers. This is an issue that was raised in one of our youth engagement events under Life and Learning in Lockdown. So members will remember that. And I'm just seeking some views on the correspondence. Some of the options open to us are to ask the Economy Department and the Department of Education whether the 14 to 19 strategy might address this issue.
Yeah, I welcome that correspondence from Councillor Nicholl, Lord Mayor of Belfast. As you say, even it identifies an issue that was raised at the Assembly Education Committee engagement with young refugee and asylum seekers as well. So yeah, I would support writing to the Education Minister and the Economy Minister to ask what they're doing in response to this issue. Members agreed. And if we copy that correspondence into the Lord Mayor and advise the Lord Mayor that it is an issue that had been raised with us as well, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Item 8.9 on page 451 is correspondence from Shield Us regarding concerns about the effect of current COVID-19 guidelines for schools on the clinically extremely vulnerable or CEV pupils. And also then in tabled packs, pursuant to that is a pre-action protocol letter from Shield Us via the Good Law Project, and that's challenging the government's stance on safety arrangements for that category of pupils returning to school. Now, obviously, it's open to members to the committee to refer that to the Health Committee, as it's maybe more squarely in the remit of the Health Committee. But members have any other views on that correspondence?
Yeah, Evan, I raised the Shield Us proposals with the Chief Medical Officer in our session with him. Would it be possible for the Clerk team to extract the Hansard of that exchange to forward to the Shield Us correspondence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of the session. I think it did mention Shield Us, or certainly clinically extremely vulnerable, if that helps in terms of locating that exchange to provide to them.
Okay. So I will do that and also refer that correspondence to the Health Committee then. Is that okay, members?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Agreed.
Thank you, Chair. And other than that, members, you will notice in your correspondence that there are the new arrangements have been described in regulations. I don't know if members want to check in again with the unions to see how their members are now dealing with those new arrangements.
Does that take us into forward work programme maybe, Evan? Yeah, agenda item 9, is that okay? You content with the correspondence?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you,
So members, refer you to the draft forward work programme and table papers, could I suggest that it may be prudent to reconnect with the unions in relation to the ongoing operation of the test, trace and isolate policies that we had met with them on previously and heard from the Education Minister and CMO recently. Would members be content with that? Yep. Clerk, if you can if you come back to us with maybe suitable dates. So don't expect us to be able to find one in the Forward Work programme today, but you happy to look for dates in that regard?
Sure.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Members have any other comments in relation to the Forward Work programme, or content to agree?
We're filling some more of those integrated education stakeholder slots just every day. There are more contacts about people who filled in the online citizen space reply, and they want to come and give an oral briefing. But members also were interested in trying to go for a committee visit in the next couple of months. So if members could all email me their preferred venue for that. There's a list of visit venues on the Forward Work programme, and we'll try to arrange a committee meeting then at that visit location.
Okay.
Chair, could I come in on a general point on the Forward Work programme? And as we can see, it's very, very packed. I'm supposed to be going into another committee meeting here at 2:00, which to me, makes things quite difficult. I've had no time for preparation to go into that committee. There are issues that are going to arise that we need to deal with as they arise. There's going to be issues around transfer testing, I've no doubt, here very shortly. Colin McGrath's CPR, Private Members Bill, is going to be coming. I'm hoping that our holiday hunger bill will also be there. So, I think we're going to have to be pretty ruthless in terms of cutting out anything that isn't absolutely necessary. I'm not sure how we do that, but we certainly need to look at it.
Yeah, what's going
to happen is that if we can't finish meetings within a designated time slot, people are going to have to leave. We're going to end up, maybe when we need to make a decision, that we're not quorate, and then we have to come back again, and all of those problems, logistical problems, are going to arise. So I think we need to take a serious look at it. Thanks.
Okay, fair point, Pat. We'll return to that for sure. If Daniel cuts down the length of his 10-minute questions, that'll help us as well. I see I'm not in agreement with you.
No, your intervention, Chair. All your interventions.
I didn't even ask questions in some of the sessions today. No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, folks. The timing is going to be crucial to get us through all the business here, so we'll reflect on that. Agenda item 10, members. Any other business? No? Okay. Then the next formal committee meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. It'll obviously be a shorter committee meeting with one evidence session, Clark, starting at 9 a.m. via Starleaf. And obviously we would hope that would be approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour maximum. Okay, members, the committee meeting does now adjourn. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate